Hello. Here is where I am doing my announcement that Elish is now officially a Lala and will only be wearing dwarven armor into Dawntrail. No, not that. But I do love and appreciate you, JR. We're gonna fiddle with a couple of things this stream because we've been going back and looking at some of our old ones. That's going to start with the microphone because I really hate my audio now. And there are a couple of changes that are going to be coming pretty soon here that should hopefully help with a lot of those problems. None the least of which is going to be modifications to just the overall streaming space in general. But I'm just gonna do this, and that's not the best, but we'll see if that helps with anything because I'm losing it. To be fair, I think we all hate the sound of our own voice. You know what sucks, JR, is I don't hate the sound of my own voice. We're just officially getting into a world in which I'm like, there's something wrong with the recording software or the audio settings. And like, okay, full disclosure, like I would say 6-7 months ish ago, my brother-in-law came in and he was like helping me work on the audio, right? And he is a brilliant sound engineer. The guy is very good at what he does. I just got very used to having my audio sound the same way when I went back and watched the VODs. And I'll be honest, I don't like the way it sounds in the VODs anymore. And maybe that's just on me, but also I was just like, I shouldn't change it because I appreciate all the work that he put into it. And now I'm like, no, actually, I'm gonna do what I want to do. So that's to say, if you ever try to help me in any capacity, I will be an ungrateful asshole to you. No, but bits aside, welcome. We've gotten to the interesting parts of Final Fantasy IV. In the interest of fairness, I don't know that any part of Final Fantasy IV is like genre defining or changing, but we've officially gotten into the underworld, which the implication is that it's hell, but in this case, it's literally just a subterranean dwarven society. And there's some things that we need to do with it, and dwarves and hell. Also, there was a time skip. Rydia is like now like 16 years old or 18 years old. I don't actually know how much of the time skip did anything, but if you were paying attention to the like beautifully rendered 3D cinematic, that's the reason why Rydia doesn't look like a small child, which I've got a lot of feelings about that design choice, but that's fine. You know, George R.R. Martin wanted to do a time skip, and then they didn't, and Game of Thrones ended up being weird without it. So, Fire Emblem Three Houses had a time skip, and that's what makes it so that you can do all sorts of things with your support ranks and not feel bad about it. So, there you go. We'll say 16, 17 for Rydia. Yeah, okay. I also feel like is the Warrior of Light design from Final Fantasy 1 the same as the Warrior of Light design, the Cecil Harvey design in 4? Because like every time I watch that cutscene, I feel like the Warrior of Light that is in Final Fantasy 14, the canonical Warrior of Light, like what Themis turns into, or Elidibus, is the Final Fantasy 4 Warrior of Light. So yeah. The mic is a tiny bit in frame now. Unsure if intentions, just wanted to check. Yeah, I know. Just like this little corner up here. The problem is... Hello. The problem is that like there's no really happy place for me to put the mic right now. Good. How about this? What about this? Does this do it for people? I think I moved the microphone out of frame. But yeah. So, this is all to say, thank you guys all so much for being here for Final Fantasy IV. But I've got bad news. I've got bad news, and here is the bad news for you. I'm into TTRPGs as well. So, did I trick you guys in by being like, oh, we're gonna do Final Fantasy IV, only for us to instead talk about TTRPGs? Yes. Oh, but only a little bit. Only a little bit of talking about TTRPGs. I will keep it so fast. Where there's only 22 pages, some of which are legalese, and a lot of it is not even things that we're going to be going over because we've talked about TTRPGs before in the past. We all know what they are. If you don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is, if you don't know what Call of Cthulhu or Shadowrun or Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay or Warhammer Dark Heresy or Pathfinder or Candela Obscura or any other TTRPG is, just tune out for 10 seconds because I gotta be real with you. 22 hours stream. No, 22 pages. 22 pages. It's gonna be so fast. I really quickly wanted to talk about the 14 TTRPG. So brace with me because this is not either the full release of the rulebook or anything like that. I have the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG starter set coming to me, which unfortunately I've been staring at it a lot and I've been having a lot of questions because I'm realizing that the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG release is looking a lot like the D&D 5th edition release where they released a starter set and then maybe there's going to be proper rule books, which I am a little bit trepidatious about. So that's been on my brain pan a little bit as well, but just super fast because we have a free version of the Player's Handbook and the Game Master's Handbook that were released. I just wanted to look at that. Just like really fast. I promise it's going to be so fast. And you know what, Pixie? Give me the time intervals you want on that poll and I'll get that poll set up for you. Or if somebody else is willing to do a poll at the start of stream to see how long it'll take me. Okay, so I'm like, the problem is that I got an email that said that the physical copies of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG starter set were mailing last Saturday. And Fluffbot, wow. Thank you so much for re-upping the subs. I just realized I didn't fix my alerts on this. Oh no! Oh god, hold on. Thank you for re-upping your sub, Fluffbot. Oh hi there. Oh hello. I need to fix something. No, so the problem is that that's the Stream Elements alert. It's not the Twitch alerts. And the reason why that's a problem is because other things other than the sub message doesn't work on the old Twitch alerts. Which if that sounds psychotic to you, that's because it is. I have been grappling with the alerts for like 10 billion years. And I've been talking to some of my other content creator friends who are like, Twitch alerts overlay. I've been talking to some of my other content creator friends who are like, what are you talking about? It's really easy. And I'm like, I don't think you understand who I am as a person. Which is partially on me, but you get it. Okay, also, hold on. So that's all to say, Fluffbot, Anya, thank you for re-upping your sub with us for 33 ding-dang months. I really appreciate that. We are also going to kill Stream Elements on every single thing. This is what we all wanted, right? We all wanted me manually sprinting between scene to scene to try and fix alerts that won't get activated. Okay. You need this. You need this, you need this, you need this. You need this. You need this. You need this. And you need this. You DM'd me a translation tweet of the Japanese Final Fantasy XIV Twitter concerning the TTRPG. Continue releasing downloadable content to expand the gameplay of the starter version, as well as new products and merchandise. Hell yeah. Thank you for that, JR. Actually, we can pull that up as well, he said, sweating furiously. I've been thinking about this TTRPG more than is healthy at this point in the game. Like, it is a problem. Because here's the thing. I feel like I'm doing to the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG the same thing that I ended up doing with Dragon's Dogma 2. And Dragon's Dogma 2 was not that long ago, folks. Like, let's just go ahead and acknowledge that Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG was a very short period of time, and Dragon's Dogma 2 was a very short period of time ago, and I was supremely upset about it. So, anyways, that's a part of the reason why I kind of wanted to save looking at the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG until we had the physical copy. But I've just been thinking about it a lot, and I still haven't actually looked at it. So I'm going to be looking at it first time here. So, yeah. Square Enix is taking pre-orders for Wave 2 of the TTRPG, which is set to release in September. Perfect. The starter set does have a lot of like nice accoutrements that some people might not necessarily be interested in. Starter tokens, dice, etc. But I think it's neat to have, and I but okay. So this is the tweet JR sent. Let's weave the adventurous stories together. Free version rulebook is available. Japan actually has like a really good relationship with TTRPGs, which I don't know why I'm so surprised by it, but I am always a little like caught off guard. There was one like incredible rules system, which was called Double Cross, but like if you looked at it, it just looked like it was XX, which like I think was a little off-putting to some of their Western audiences. It was an amazing TTRPG system. I was like, I'm very happy with this. I loved making a character in the process. I loved running adventures in it. Like every single session was like an episode in an anime. But like, I'm always like sort of caught off guard because like friend of the show, Whisper, her husband, is a game designer, and he's released a series of rule books for the Gloaming Diaries, and he has a small audience in Japan for his TTRPG, which I always think is very cool. So yeah. Gamers Film, there's kickstarting a Gamers 4. I don't know that I've ever seen Gamers. I think I've heard stories about it, Pixie. Is that a recommend? But yeah, free rulebook, which is what we're going to be looking at today. Plan to continue releasing downloadable content to expand the gameplay of the starter version, as well as new products and merchandise. Please look forward to it. I really need there to be character creation, and I am very worried that there will not be character creation. So, Darkness Rising can be found on YouTube, probably the other ones. I think I know Darkness Rising. Did Gamers do a weird one about them versus cheerleaders? Or am I thinking of a different genre entirely? But, okay, sorry. I said that this was going to be very quick, and then I, of course, instantly got sidetracked, as per the usual. Really quickly, going into the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, obviously I'm not going to like comment too much about this landing page, for lack of a better phrase. It's like supposed to be giving you that like leather texture feel. Like I'm sure when we get the actual book, either it's going to be printed on some sort of like laminate that's going to make me sad, or it's going to have like that nice leather texturing. So I'll let you know when I know. But again, this isn't actually supposed to replace the rulebook that we're going to be getting. It is sort of like a primer for other assholes like me out there who have been like, oh man, I would love to play an MMORPG, but what if I played the MMORPG on pen and paper instead? Which we're going to talk about it in some of the things that I have heard about the game. But yeah. Your guess is laminate. Yeah, almost certainly, right? Like, there's a part of me that's hoping that because like we're getting it early, it's special. But yeah. An introduction where it's explaining what the Final Fantasy XIV world is and also the concept of TTRPGs. We've a long time ago when I talked more about TTRPGs, I have a problem with a lot of their descriptions of game masters, and here it falls into that same definition. The game master, the game's arbiter and lead storyteller. The rest of your group will play as adventurers. A lot of times when I'm GMing a game, like, I will want to have a certain amount of creative control over the entire thing, right? To guide it and to direct it. But like, the game master is also playing the TTRPG collaboratively with everyone else, right? Like, if all of the other players at your table don't want to play the game with you, you've done a bad game. So, I don't know. It's just something that I always think about when I see these things that are talking about game masters and DMs. So, yeah. Is that not what a lead storyteller is? I don't like the term lead, because the term lead implies a hierarchy. It implies that if there is a lead storyteller, there might be lieutenant or vice or deputy storytellers. And once you enter into a world in which, because like, okay, a very easy example of this in a lot of other settings, like specifically in Dungeons and Dragons, right, is the joke, rocks fall and you die, right? Because a lot of TTRPGs can be, when you reduce them down to their core gameplay mechanics, which for a lot of them, unfortunately, they are very focused on combat, and it looks like that's what this is going to do as well. The problem, as far as I identify it, is that it can be summarized into rocks fall and you die, right? If the game master feels sort of entitled somehow in the like interactions, I worry that it'll just reduce down to rocks fall and you die, because the world itself that you are setting up almost intrinsically has to have conflict. That's how you have good storytelling. And if you've got conflict between your characters, it's a very very thin membrane between I'm creating characters for you to fight, and so therefore to generate conflict, to generate story, and I just want to make you suffer punitively, and I'm punishing you because you're not doing what I want, and so rocks fall on your head and you die. But again, everybody has their own stances on these sorts of things. Players should be willing to buy into the story the game master puts in front of them, right? But even the way that you worded it there, Fluffbot, is giving the players more agency, right? The game master is not the god at the table. The game master is like a conduit for God's interactions, right? But you want the players to be able to control at least some of the thought of where they're going. But yeah, it also implies the one who is leading the story. All right, Mesphia, I tell you what. You join my TTRPG sessions, and you get to treat me like the lead storyteller, and I'll get high off of the power trip, and we can all be happy. But again, I feel like if you were talking about introducing the concept of a game master, which again, game master sucks to me. World of Darkness does a much better version of this, where they call the game master, the GM, the storyteller, which again, you know, but game master also has some of that. But yeah, Demise running a TTRPG, sign you up. Okay, so God, in the list of projects that I have not done anything on, I'm doing a Heaven's Ward refrain kind of energy, where I want to use the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG system to set up the like Ishgardian content that I wish Final Fantasy XIV Squeenix would do. So It's going to be a little bit of old space politics fluffbot, if you remember that. I want to design houses. I'm going to use some of the statistics and systems within the game to create noble Ishgardian houses, which will do sponsorships to do certain projects and expeditions and things like that. And I want it to have persistent sort of in-universe role-playing applications for people who want to role-play in 14, and also specifically in sort of the shared storytelling universe that we're doing. All of this is to say, my eyes are bigger than my ability, but I'm very excited about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG system coming out. So yeah. Storyteller is fine, implying there's only one, but lead isn't. Okay. We gotta move on. We gotta move on so fast. I said we were gonna get through 22 pages, and we have been on page 2 this entire time. Honestly, the Game of Thrones TTRPG system has a good house system you can steal for that. Green Ronin Publishing with their A Song of Ice and Fire system fluffbot is exactly what I have been using as the temporary stopgap. Now, the A Song of Ice and Fire system has a couple of problems with it that don't super jive with Ishgard. First and foremost, right, like it is mired in Game of Thrones. So just the language is all of that. So like in order to do that sort of kit bash conversion, there's a lot of little things that I have done. But yes, you are correct. I am heavily plagiarizing off of Green Ronin for it. So yeah. Okay, so we're not going to look at the table of contents because the table of contents is more or less everything that we're expecting. But there is something that somebody else pointed out that I thought was really important, which is if you look at the table of contents, this does look very sort of war gamey, and not quite so TTRPG, right? So commonly used terms, playing the game, golden rule, sure, fine, making checks, talking about what those checks look like, adventures, which I'm hoping is going to be character creation, but I haven't looked at, and then, you know, that's 9 pages ostensibly, 7 if you're not including all of this, and then the rest of it is the concept of doing a fight, which is interesting to me, but I do worry of the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG falling into D&D's problem where combat is so much of the focus, and we'll see, right? I mean, I say that I'm worried about that being the case. You know, if you've played Final Fantasy XIV, it is literally all about the combat, but there you go. 15-minute increments or half-hour ones. I want to say 15-minute increments, but half hours might be more accurate. Yeah, an hour and a half to skim through it, unfortunately. Okay. So, commonly used terms, game masters, players, scenarios, adventurers. I am curious to see if they do play up the Adventurers Guild in Eorzea more in the scenarios that they're providing. Because the Adventurers Guild in-game obviously got pretty heavily abandoned back around expansion, or back around like patch 3.3. I was reading about a lot of old Realm Reborn quests that got taken out. Like there was a whole Realm Reborn quest where it sort of tells you about Biggie and the son of Biggie and Spriggans running around stealing like golem soul stones and things like that. So I'm curious to see if any of that sort of comes back here. Non-player characters, you get it. Monsters, you get it. Characters, you get it. Allies, I feel like is like an interesting thing to define here. Maybe it's... I wonder if that's to like modify spells and class abilities. Because my gut instinct would be to say that adventurers are included here to sort of give, or allies are included here to give sort of like a hireling concept, like some of old, Matt Colville's work, but I don't think so. So we'll see. Enemies, you get it. Dice, you get it. D20, 3d6, etc., etc. My family have asked me to DM sessions of Dungeons and Dragons with them, and the number of times where I've caught myself, like, I was like, "Oh, can you roll me a d12?" And I was like, "Oh, the 12-sided die." And then my sister is like, "We're not idiots. We can figure out what a d12 is." But there you go. Playing the game, the game master describes the situation in which the adventurers find themselves. The players tell the game master what actions their adventurers take. The game master describes what effect the adventurers' actions have on the situation. Return to step one and continue the adventure. So and again, this is sort of the free primer. This is the sort of, giving you a taste of what you're looking at. I'm happy about the layout and the design. It's very standard for what you're expecting from a rulebook at this point. I worry, and this is my same worry with the definition of game master, so there you go. But I feel like too often games do not reward narrative choices mechanically. And what I mean by that is, I'm very curious about the GM describes the situation and then the players tell the GM what actions their adventurers take. I am curious to see by what mechanisms they allow us to do that. Because if it's just an ability score check, if there's just a difficulty check, and if you pass, you pass, and if you fail, you fail, I've got some questions, a couple of suggestions. But who knows? I literally don't have the book yet, so... your group uses the faction house building tools and uses another system for actual gameplay. Yeah, exactly, Fluffbot. If I do Heaven's Ward Refrain the way that I want to do it, I would absolutely steal from... oh my god, what was it called? It's not called Collapsing Suns. What was the... Stars Without Number, but it's like Worlds Without Number? Is that it? I wanted to steal the Worlds Without Number system. I wanted to, kidnap a bunch of different mechanisms, but yeah. Every good TTRPG player needs at least one set of horribly indulgent and expensive dice. God. Real quick side tangent, because we're talking about dice now and everybody likes being able to show off their fancy dice. Someone who shall go otherwise unnamed got me this really nice aluminum case with these absolutely gorgeous sort of House Tyrell colored dice. And they're like these like heavy metal, right? It's like gold and green, which are not quite Ostermeist's colors, because it turns out I came up with one good name and I reuse it for everything. But metal dice, folks, they're the most indulgent because you never use them on wooden tables if you're not trying to be a jerk. If you use them on a wooden table like that, you're damaging the table, you're scuffing up the table. Final Fantasy XIV healer dice, fair. So some people have come up with the idea of using dice rollers, right? A nice dice tower where you like throw the die down and it like does it for you and it rolls it out here. Even these, I feel like, whenever I roll a metal one down here, it feels wrong somehow. And I can't quantify that to you. But metal dice, I love them. Get them out of here. Ugh. So yeah, that's why you buy indulgent dice trays. Ugh. Ugh. Anyways, there's nice dice trays that are padded for metal dice, but then like you scuff up the dice tray. I don't know. Listen, all I'm saying is plastic dice are fine. Metal dice are nice, but plastic dice are fine. Okay. Page 4. We're going good. A measly 17 minutes for 4 pages. That's 4 minutes per page, everybody. It'll only take us 80 minutes to get through the free version. They got little soft carpet floors in the trays. It's true. You have a couple of fold flat dice trays. I don't actually have any dice trays just natively. I only have like things that slot into dice towers. So who knows? You know what? I'll go use some dice trays and I'll report back. Resin dice are also an expensive option if you want something fancier than plastic. Fair and true. Resin dice. In fairness, you use a cardboard box for a dice tray. God. I have a bunch of Maruchan. Okay, so like every day I get closer to convincing myself I'm gonna go back to painting minis. I have a bunch of Maruchan ramen cardboard boxes. And the reason why is because when I prime my minis, I want to prime my minis in some disposable cardboard, and these are perfect because like I just do like a zenithal highlight, I rotate the mini, and then I can throw away the cardboard box when I'm done. I have not painted miniatures in such a long time. I have too many cardboard boxes. I am becoming a hoarder. I just need to start painting. But also, literally, when would I have the time for that? It's besides the point. Maybe just chatting. No, you're right, Mesphia. I'm sorry. Okay, listen. The point is, we are going to zoom to Final Fantasy IV. I'm so sorry. The problem is I've just been thinking about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG too much. I've just been thinking about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG too much, and I haven't had a useful outlet for it, so now I'm making stream the useful outlet for it. Whoops. Just kidding. I'm kidnapping you to talk about the... This is terrible for SEO, but that's fine. YouTube can be mad at me on a separate time interval. Okay, sorry. So, paint on stream, yes. I've been thinking about it. We'll talk about it, yeah. My man showed off his ramen boxes on stream already before. Did I actually do that already, Wirebone? God, get me out of here. 10th tangent, never getting through this book. Listen, I do like Final Fantasy IV. We're gonna get to Final Fantasy IV. I promise. We're gonna zoom. We're gonna zoom so fast. Okay. Golden rule. I'm actually curious what they're defining as the golden rule in this situation. Designed to provide a framework that allows you to embark on exciting and memorable adventures. God. Okay, sure. I wonder who was the QA team that they had to get this past, that they wrote it like this. GM, architect of your adventures, curating events, occur as you progress through the scenario. I'm not in love with that wording. I have seen people compare the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG to Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, which is not incredibly awe-inspiring, but we'll see. At times, they may decide to handle things in a way that differs from these rules or from other tabletop games that you've played. When this happens, always remember that their main goal is to facilitate an exciting journey for your adventures. Decision might stem from a special rule that applies to a monster in a scenario, or it could simply be that they're bending the rule in order to enhance the story for everyone involved. Players are not privy to the rationale behind such decisions, and in the end, the Game Master has the final say in all game-related matters. I mean, okay, you're allowed to make that declarative statement in your rulebook. If a player ever asks me to explain my thought process, I'm just going to do it. Like, you gotta be a real jerk to be like, I'm the game master, and so my decision is final, and not explain the process that got you there? I don't know. Whatever. Of course, the GM's discretionary powers are limited to the game alone. Game masters cannot make decisions about matters outside of the game without the consent of their players, nor do they have the right to force players to do anything they aren't comfortable with. Is this a translation problem? Do you think? That is such an interesting... That is such a wacky caveat to include. Like, I get it, but like, the book being like, okay, time out, everybody. Your game master is in control of the game, but also, you don't have to listen to them outside of playing the game. Like, Yeah, okay, fair enough. Um, put up a community goal. Once we hit the target, we got to do a painting stream. Ooh, I don't know though. There's a reason why we got rid of Demiced After Dark, right? Like, and I say this with love because all of you guys are phenomenal, and I always appreciate you being here. But I just feel like a lot of the interest in all of that sort of like doing extra stuff died down. If there is interest in it, I'm happy to bring it back. But yeah. A good GM will expand and ask their players how their players feel about Ben's. Yeah, a good session 0, right? And then also, after every session, you always want to have a post-op. The GM cannot make you buy them lunch. Yeah, fair enough. The old bribing the game master with snacks. Okay. What's very funny is I feel like the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG could very easily use the term dungeon master. There are dungeons in MMORPGs. It's besides the point. Okay. Keep in mind that while the GM may control monsters and other foes, you aren't playing against them. This is okay. This is incredible. Good on you, Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. The people at your gaming table are friends with whom you're collaborating to create a story. 10 out of 10. GMs are not infallible. As the GM, if you're ever uncertain about how to proceed, don't hesitate to consult the other players. Players are encouraged to work with their GM. Yep. Following this golden rule will make... Okay. Did you... I'm curious. Is the golden rule the bolded text? The people at your gaming table are friends with whom you're collaborating to create a story? Because it's a lot shorter and more, like, to the point. A lot punchier than the way I would put it. But yeah, sure. Okay. But yeah. Hence the community goal gives you an idea of how much interest there is. All right, in the spirit of 100% honesty, Pixie, the problem is that I'm very worried about putting up the goal and there being 0 community interest. But yeah, we'll talk about it. There's a couple of things that we need to do to change the way streams are being done in general. But I just have not been in a place where I, felt appropriate in doing it. But we are at an all-time low for both viewership and interaction, which again, everybody is busy. It is the part of the year that sucks the most. But I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. If I'm gonna do some like earth-changing mix-ups to the stream, now's the time to do it. So, yeah. You think the out-of-game section is referring to situations where you, the player, might be uncomfortable with, and what that differs from person to person, so bring stuff like that to a session 0 is important. And if the DM does it anyways, then they're the asshole. Oh, interesting. I see what you're saying, JR. Is that like they're printing it in the rule book to give people that sort of affirmation without them having to go to r/am I the asshole? Okay, yeah, no, I can see it. Lines and veils are important, yeah. Some people do red cards, obviously, etc., etc. Fun fact, I used to talk about cannibalism a lot back in high school. During speech and debate, I was like obsessed with the idea of the legality behind cannibalism. There was that one ship where like a bunch of sailors ended up getting back to like English shore, and like basically it was revealed that they had another person on the ship that they killed and ate to survive. And I get squicked out at the concept of cannibalism. Like, the feeling in my fingers and toes goes out of me. I don't actually like cannibalism, but I always end up back there somehow. And so in TTRPGs, even though I'm like fascinated by the concept and the mechanisms, like the proper preparation of like human flesh to avoid prions and stuff like that, even as I'm thinking about it now, it's making me deeply uncomfortable. So like, even though it's so rarely come up during a TTRPG session, I'm always like can we not, even though I, in my free time, sometimes look things up about this, can we not talk about our characters doing it to each other? So, anyways, there you go. It's come up on stream once or twice. Yeah, I have a bad habit of bringing it up as an icebreaker sometimes, and so a lot of people think of me as the cannibalism guy, and it's not great. Fun fact, I used to talk about cannibalism a lot. I don't actually like cannibalism. Guy who reviewed a cannibalism horror novella on stream. Okay, listen. Not hankering for long pork. Honestly, Pixie, one of the facts that makes me the most upset about cannibalism is the idea that human flesh tastes like pork, because pork is my favorite protein. I'm just like, yes, give me pork. And so calling it long pork and like the idea, oh, okay, we're done. We're moving on. Making checks. You have a d20, you add modifier, determine success or failure. So that's pretty straightforward, right? I do both like and also worry about just defaulting to the d20 system. There was an attempt back in the 2000s to make a Star Wars TTRPG system using the D20, right? And so the thing is that all of the Star Wars TTRPG system was very intelligible. Like, it was very easily translatable from D&D. Jedi had a monk ability, basically, that would allow them to deflect or block blaster bolts, blah, 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 blah. But the familiarity of the D20 system does sometimes just make it feel like a hack. On the flip side, Modiphius released a Dishonored TTRPG, and the Dishonored TTRPG is serviceable, and their way of trying to, sort of change up the field was making it that Modiphius did a 2d20 system. Just, you're always rolling 2d20. And I think the problem was that dice concept in and of itself didn't do enough to distinguish themselves, right? So on one hand, the familiarity of the D20, I think, can sometimes be to a system's disadvantage. On the other hand, there's something to be said for something that is easily translatable and understandable. So, yeah. Determining check type, assigning challenge rating. So instead of difficulty check, challenge rating, sure, fine. Attributes, if we need to know what strength or intelligence is. I'm very curious to see the attributes. The attributes are going to be what makes it or breaks it for me, because we're going to translate those attributes into like political house positions as well. So strength might be like military power, intelligence might be political capital, etc. But yeah. If a check requires determine success or failure, GM will first determine the appropriate value to use that check, usually a primary attribute. Then they'll assign a, what are we calling it? Challenge rating? Challenge rating based on the scenario, the ability in question, or the challenge rating reference table. Sure, okay. Ability check is used to determine how successful a character is when using an ability in an encounter. When making an ability check, the ability being used indicates the value in CR for the check. Sure. I would say, with the exception of like Baldur's Gate and like some storytelling moments, I have very rarely ever asked a player to make a check at 5 or 10, right? Like, if I was going to make a DC check for 10, or in this one instance, a CR check for 10, I feel like mentally I would just make it at a 12. And this like just comes down to hero characteristics, right? I like my games being I like setting my campaigns when I'm doing Dungeons and Dragons to be epic heroic fantasy, right? So I want my players' characters to feel competent. And so giving a DC 10 check just to introduce the possibility of failure feels kind of fucked up, because like in D&D, a lot of people do like playing with one is a critical failure. And while sometimes one being a critical failure is kind of funny, um, I feel like having a 5% chance of just absolutely shitting yourself at any moment in time is kind of screwed up. Because it's like if I go to open the door of my refrigerator 20 times, there is not a 1 in 20 chance of me breaking the door of my refrigerator off, right? But to each their own as they DM. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the scenarios are like. 10 is mostly used at lower levels. Yeah, that's fair. A 10 would work at higher levels if there was a time crunch. Time crunch, under some sort of special duress. There are definitely instances in which you can use it. It's just, I don't know, maybe that makes me an asshole. When I would use a 10, I just sort of like instinctually default to 12. And I could not tell you why. So there you go. Yeah, critical failures and critical successes used to be very different in old D&D. In advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and in original 3rd edition, but 3rd edition was universally reviled. In 2nd edition, when you rolled a critical failure or a critical success, they were not automatically confirmed. You would roll a 1 or you'd roll a 20, and then you would roll again to see if you actually could confirm the critical or in either direction. And then you would roll on a D100 percentile table, which again ruins the flow of combat and gameplay, but is kind of a little silly, like, okay, this is the reason why sometimes like massively terrible things can happen, right? Because like there were instances where if you rolled a critical failure in 2nd edition, you just chopped your own head off, which is like, no, I don't think so, actually, which is why there were so many sort of interstitial steps of things that happened. But on the same point, right, it used to be if you got a critical success, the same thing could happen on the flip side, right? You just completely took a guy's head off or completely removed a limb or, right, just like absolutely stabbed some like secret weak point that you didn't know was there, but because it was that critical success and because there were so many interstitial steps, they were like, okay, you can have one just like absurdly powerful moment. But in practice, that meant it never really happened, so yeah. Hey, CS Mars, it's not Dungeons and Dragons, it's the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. And if every time I say that you think, wow, that's a mouthful. So there you go. Missed opportunity to call things Extreme Savage Ultimate. You are so right, Wirebone. For very hard, extremely hard, near impossible. Yeah. The role to free us in the Baldur's Gate 3 tutorial was a DC 10. Interesting. Yeah. You lost a great swashbuckler to a crit fail, fell off the bar while performing and broke his neck. God, I just like, okay, and this is what I mean by heroic, like when I do TTRPG sessions, I want them to be either heroic fantasies or be like, this is going to be super brutal in the very beginning. Like, could you imagine if fucking Legolas, during that scene in Lord of the Rings, where he's like riding a shield down a stair and he's like shooting orcs as he's going, right? Could you imagine if that scene had Orlando Bloom fall off his shield, break his neck, and that was just the last we ever saw of Legolas? Like, that just sucks. I would hate that, right? And like, it would have been hilarious, but like the entire tenor of everything would have changed. And like, don't get me wrong, those are some of the most memorable moments. Like, what I would do is I would let the player have sort of agency in that moment. A really easy way to do it is if you let it be a critical failure, I'll just give you inspiration for the next something. But like, the other thing is there's like, it just sucks sometimes when you're like, I have this cool character and I want to have like a very like sprawling narrative for them. And then it's like, oh, well, the goblin got a critical hit and they confirmed their critical hit and they rolled a 99 on their percentile die. So now your character has been split in half and their wee wee is dingle dangling in the wind for anybody who's coming by. Like I just hated the like confirm crit and critical tables. You've actually failed the DC2 roll to free Shadowheart before. Game sucks. Okay, JR, this is another reason why I'm like so like down on Baldur's Gate 3 sometimes. I've been thinking about this and I'm thinking maybe I'm not going to stream Baldur's Gate 3 this week. So people let me know if that is devastating to them. But I the problem with Baldur's Gate is that unlike in actual Dungeons and Dragons, where somebody can yes and you or no but you, actual Baldur's Gate, the video game, for the most part, on a lot of DC checks, just go, you're fucked, right? And that's fine. There are times in sessions where that becomes necessary, but I truly despise it with a passion I cannot possibly describe. So yeah. It would have been funny. You knock it, but you still remember it. Like, hey, it's memorable, but sometimes it's not memorable for the right reasons. Fall off his shield, get impaled on an orc spear, and then have it wave it around, and that's the less we ever saw of him. Such devastation, I know. Actually devastated, literally the only game I play that you care about. I'm sorry, ACS Mars. We might kick something else off, but like the big problem right now is I'm just super behind on Final Fantasy 14. I'm behind on Final Fantasy 4, but that's besides the point. Okay. We got the challenge rating. You roll a d20, you add a failure. If the total from step 2 equals or exceeds the CR, your character succeeds. Sure, fantastic. So meeting the difficulty check, meeting the challenge rating is a success. Sure, fine. Behind on what in Final Fantasy 14? So, like, not only is there all of the like grinding stuff that's going on right now that I want to do, there's like a lot of like old content in terms of like class quests and stuff that I just need to get done. Like, for example, Bo used to make fun of me when we were streaming that like it was weird that I still didn't have tech step, and I still don't have tech step because I want to do those class quests on stream. So you get it. Always be behind. That's what live service games are. Fair. Very fair. But also, and again, like this is a little peek behind the curtain. This is ruining the illusion of streaming yet again, but that's what I've been doing as our numbers have been so poorly. Final Fantasy 14 has had historically the best numbers that I've ever had on stream, and Baldur's Gate right now is not doing super great across the market. And also, my CPU is not doing super hot. So even now in Act 2, we're getting a lot of stuttering and a lot of mess. So it's very likely that for Act 3, we would have a similar problem. So unless some generous benefactor out there is really down to get me a new CPU and or probably motherboard. There you go. Same with you in Genshin, doesn't bother you though. Very fair. Again, extraneous factors, but yeah. How did you know it would circle back to tech step? Tech step is just the most easiest and obvious example for me to give. There's like, I don't have like some of the fishing class quest abilities and things like that as well, but yeah. Act 3 is going to be brutal in the city. Act 3 is going to be worse. Yeah, exactly. So don't worry, at your current rate, you won't get there for another year. Come on, we're at Moonrise Towers already. And this is all sidetrack. When not to make checks. Not all actions require a check. Good. A Hale adventurer would have little trouble rising from their bed, strapping on their arms and armor, leaving their inn room. Very important to have there. Very agreed. Same applies to actions where a character's efforts are guaranteed to fail. No matter how skilled they may be, an adventurer hurling a pebble into the mouth of a cave can't expect their throw to kill a powerful monster deep within. Yeah, sure, fair, okay. Ooh, okay. I do like this example already because they're spoiling me with immersive names already. But yeah. We all remember the harrowing instances of party versus door. Ugh. But yeah. As a general rule, you only need to make checks if the outcome of the action is uncertain. Sure. Example. A paladin is walking down the road towards the Silver Bazaar, which is, fun fact, a middlingly successful town near Vesper Bay in Western Thanalan. The Silver Bazaar features prominently in the Gladiator questline. I wake up and stretch my arms. Roll a 1. You get a large cramp and lose 20 HP. God. Honestly, though. When you go to bed dehydrated and your leg cramps up in the middle of the night, I swear to God, I feel like I am about to die. Okay. A paladin is walking down the road towards the Silver Bazaar when they come across an overturned chocobo carriage. The coachman, upon noticing the adventurers' approach, beseeches them to right the toppled vehicle. Okay, I've got feelings, but that's fine. As an attempt to lift the carriage is somewhat physically challenging endeavor that could end in failure. What? As an attempt to lift the carriage? The chocobo carriage. Karen. Okay, I don't know. I've got feelings. Sure, fine. Could end in failure. The GM calls for a strength check with a challenge rating of 13 to see if the paladin's muscles are up to the task. If someone 13 to lift a carriage? Everyone is epically strong. I did say I like making them heroic fantasies. 13 feels way too low for that, though. That feels like a minimum of 15. Maybe they're playing a row? Even if they were playing a row wire bone, like, you let their strength bonus speak for that. Lifting up a carriage? I don't know. Maybe, you know what? Fine. Sure, 13. We're moving on. We cannot spend time here. Wizard only has 15 HP, dies of cramp, didn't hydrate, did hydrate. There you go. Tiny weakling can lift the carriage with a 16 or higher. I mean, yeah, also problematic, right? Lala versus carriage. Is it by themselves or are they lending their strength to the caravanners? Okay, Mesphia, maybe. Maybe that's the context, right? Rolls a d20, lands on 11, plus 4, total 15, exceeds the CR, so the paladin successfully lifts the carriage. In their example, you take hold of the upended carriage and heave with all of your might. Slowly, you raise it from the ground and set it back on the road. The word lift is the like real sticking point here, but it's fine. You get what they're saying. We all know how the D20 works. Int check, failure, sure. Advantage dice. Ooh, really just stealing this from Wizards of the Coast, huh? I mean, not actually stealing it from Wizards of the Coast, but fascinating. You have to know if races in this game have different stats or if it's going to be like Baldur's Gate 3. Can you be a warrior Lala? I mean, I would argue you could be a warrior Lala no matter what, but yeah, I am very curious to see that. Yeah, push it up, right, exactly. You can get more advantage. Oh, is that what this section is saying under friend? Some traits, abilities, enhancements, situations will grant advantage dice. Advantage dice allow you to roll extra d20s. If, for example, if you have 2, you get to roll 3. After rolling your d20s, choose one of the results to take the check. Take care that you do not add the results together by mistake. Ender friend, gold star of the stream to you. Yeah, okay. You know what? Not stealing from Wizards of the Coast. I accept. Interestingly, that does give room for you to have advantage to purposefully fail a check, but that's besides the point. Okay, sure. Penalties, traits, abilities, enfeeblement, situations will impose penalties when making a certain check. Um, what if you did add them together? You get 45 on your check. I feel like it's the game on the game master at that point to see it though. Penalties are applied after you roll a d20, add or subtract multipliers, multiple penalties. Use the largest of them and ignore the others. Ooh, interesting. Potentially problematic and annoying, but interesting. This is like how old D&D would only allow you to have an AC bonus of a certain type, right? Like if monks got a deflection bonus against arrows, and then they had another deflection bonus from a magical amulet, those two deflection AC bonuses didn't stack. You took the higher deflection bonus. That's interesting. Alka-Zulka erasure. I'm sorry, Wirebone. Has some similarities to the way a Vampire the Masquerade works. There, it's the number of successes that count. Yeah, I like those sorts of systems, or like having tiered difficulty or failure where you can like get pushed back, but only to like a certain threshold. Yeah. Pathfinder does that. Yeah, that's because Pathfinder is just D&D 3.5, or Pathfinder First Edition was Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 with a fresh coat of paint on it and guns. How dare it's 3.5 but better? Could not disagree more. But that's because I'm a 3.5 fanboy. Advantage dice and penalties. Circumstances may require you to make a check involving both advantage dice and penalties. When making such a check, roll your d20s, choose one of the results to use, apply modifiers and penalties as you would for any other check. Okay. So there isn't disadd, which is fascinating. I kind of like that, actually. Opposition checks, you roll off, you get it. I have become partial to systems that do not force the DM to roll anything, or the GM to roll anything. And I will say that is mainly out of personal laziness. I like ones where you basically just have the person roll to dodge instead of the GM rolling to attack. But D&D doesn't do that. And also there is something fun when you're the game master DM to also roll dice, right? We're all here to make the math rocks clicky clack. So fair enough. I don't fault them for choosing to follow that kind of traditionally. No one takes the fun extra dice away. Exactly. Adventures are the avatars through which players can experience the wondrous adventures. I'm wilding at the word choice as always, but I love it. Jobs. Every adventurer has a job that determines their attributes, traits, and abilities. Interesting. So it looks like JR, the attributes might not necessarily be based off of race. It looks like the attributes are going to be based off of the jobs done. As your adventurer explores the world, overcomes challenges, job will level up, leveling up. Gives them new traits, abilities, alters those they already have, let you know in advance what level adventure to prepare in order to tackle a given scenario, of course. 3 roles, tanks, healers, DPS. If you need to figure out what those are, try playing Final Fantasy 14. That's so funny that they just put the wholesale Final Fantasy 14 icons in here. That's so wild. Sure, okay. Traits, special characteristics, size. Most adventurers are medium size, which means they take a 1x1 square. Oh, interesting. A 1x1 square, you say? Not a 5 foams by 5 foams square? NPCs, monsters come in all shapes and sizes, may be much larger or smaller than an adventurer. There you go. Abilities, different skills and spells, unlike traits, abilities must be used to take effect. During the course of a scenario, may learn or discover additional traits and abilities. Duty actions and the like, I presume. Feel like an exception. Don't hesitate to share your opinion. Yeah, of course. Okay, here are some of the meat and potatoes that we care about. What page are we on? I'm in hell. We gotta move so fast. It only took us an hour to get here. Okay, we're gonna go so fast. Page 8 out of 22. Okay, listen. Combat we can skip. We understand combat. Actually, fuck, we don't understand combat. I'm making a lot of assumptions. Most adventurers, so not Lalas. Yeah, why not use the 14 assets for the 14 offshoot? We'll talk about it later. Using DPS rather than the word like attackers to match the other one-word names is very funny to you. It's very MMORPG, right? D&D 5e using a grid at all is actually an optional rule, not the default mode of play. I didn't know that, ACS Mars, yeah. Okay, sorry. Attributes. Primary attributes. The primary attributes are strength, dexterity, vitality, intelligence, mind. Mind? Again, we are using these off of... the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, or the Final Fantasy XIV MMORPG abilities. Yeah, it feels like it's replacing wisdom. It's just, with wisdom, you could say knowledge is that a tomato is a fruit, or int is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting a tomato in a fruit salad. Mind just, I don't know, it has me wilding out a little bit. Saying mind is wisdom kind of sends me to hell, but it's fine. Do they have charisma? They don't. Interesting. Primary stats, secondary stats. Thank you for pronouncing attributes properly once. I don't know which version you're saying is the correct pronunciation, but here we are. You don't care for it either, to be honest. I honestly, in 100% honesty, I am mainly looking at these attributes to determine how to stat out the attributes for the Ishgardian houses. Because there are 5 prime attributes, we'll have 5 prime attributes for the Ishgardian noble houses, just to make it directly translatable one-to-one. But yeah, it is interesting. Secondary attributes. So these are going to be things like AC, initiative, and whatnot, I presume. Secondary attributes are determined by their job and traits. Personal history and background can influence. Defense, magic defense. No, the return of touch AC. Oh man. Okay, so back in old Dungeons and Dragons in second and third, you would have an AC for getting hurt, like stabbed, and then you would have an AC for being touched, for if a ghost was going to do ghost shit to you. Because when a ghost does ghost shit to you, the ghost doesn't care about you wearing armor. The ghost just needs to touch you in order to inflict negative levels or drain vitality. So having defense versus magic defense is does make me think of that a little bit. It makes sense, but I am feeling things about it, so correct one doesn't sound like you are handing over coffers of gold for favor. Wait, are you saying that attributes is wrong? Attributes? I don't know. Listen, I'm a filthy American. We don't know anything. I just love having guns, and also why can't I think of a single American thing? Turkeys on Thanksgiving. There you go. No, God, I thought about a couple of other problematic things. Can I pronounce herbs? Herbs. Seraph! I am very unhappy that Stream Alerts is not doing it. That's cool and fun. Thank you so much for coming in, Seraph. I'm in hell. What were you up to? What were you streaming? We are supposed to be playing Final Fantasy IV, but I'm an asshole. And so I did pull the wool over everyone's eyes, and we're talking about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. Attributes is the more common one. Attributes is the less common one. Is it really? Oh, wacky. Is Nightbot dead? Oh my god. Why are all of my bots unhappy? Why would Nightbot not be working right now? I'm gonna keep swapping between attributes and attributes. You can't stop me. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Enderfriend, for using the proper, the Twitch shoutout, I guess. Well, all right. That'll be something else for me to figure out why it's not doing the thing it should be doing. That's cool and radical. You were streaming Final Fantasy XIV today? Hell yeah, hell yeah. What were you getting up to? Yeah, I was just commenting earlier on how I should do more Final Fantasy XIV, and ACS Mars expressed the depths of their despair at the idea of me killing Baldur's Gate 3 for it. But, you know. It's because you didn't buy the $500 Ari skin Riot released today. Attribute, pronounced with the accent on the first syllable, is a noun that means characteristic, a quality, something that is peculiar or idiosyncratic to someone or something. The word attribute was first used in the 1300s and is derived from the Latin word attribure, which means to allot or assign. Attribute. I don't fucking know the difference in pronunciations. My brain is turning into mush. Pronounced with the accent on the second syllable is a verb. Oh, attribute. That means to designate something as a cause of a situation. To credit, attribute. 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 You can't. I'm so sorry, Mesphia. I appreciate you finding the difference. I am going to interchangeably pronounce the two of them. They're different. I'm sorry, Mesphia. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna do my best to satisfy, but I'm gonna interchangeably pronounce them. Defense, magic defense, speed, which is the same thing as speed in 5e, vigilance. A passive attribute represents how aware your character is of their surroundings at any moment in time. Is vigilance passive perception? Interesting. Max health, max MP. You get those. They don't have a charisma stat, which is interesting. I mean, I presume 14 doesn't have a charisma stat either, but I wonder what you're supposed to use to describe a persuasive argument. I guess intelligence? Reasoning skills? you could do an int plus mind, or yeah, that's very fair, Raven. We could definitely even see a situation where perhaps because they did mention specifically that the challenge ratings are going to be determined off of attributes. And so if it's based off of attributes, then maybe there is no skill for persuasion, right? Still catching up on the Post story. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, Endwalker Post is absolutely my speed, which is the reason why today is supposed to be a Final Fantasy IV stream. I promise we're going to be going to Final Fantasy IV. I promise. But Final Fantasy IV is just Endwalker Post before new systems came about, right? I've been really enjoying Final Fantasy IV. I've just also been thinking a lot about the Final Fantasy 14 TTRPG. So yeah. But yeah, seriously, congrats, Seraph. All those jackasses who will be upset they can't nat 20 their way into an uncomfortable date scenario. Every time someone is like, I want to, like, is the barmaid hot? Whenever, like, you're describing a scene, like, I've had a couple of friends who did that, and I was like, do you want me to fucking describe someone making out with your character? And unfortunately, more often than not, they do tell me the answer is yes. So, you know, then I have to whip out my ERP skills. So, you know. Adventure profile. Adventure more than a walking collection of numbers, living, breathing part of the world. That's why every person has a profile. I don't. Oh boy. Oh God. Oh God. Hey, Squeenix. It's fine. Sure. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, sure. Okay, it's fine. What do they look like? What race are they? Where were they born? How were they raised? Why did they decide to become an adventurer? What are their likes and dislikes? Do they have any friends or family? Be sure to consult with the game master and other players to ensure your profile is appropriate to the scenario before you begin playing. I feel like there's very few situations that I would, like, reject from a character's profile, but yeah. Say your current quest requires you to speak with an Alamegan refugee. If a member of your party is a fellow Alamegan, the refugee might be more receptive. Conversely, if you visit a settlement where people hold a grudge against Gridania due to an incident several years prior, they won't be happy to see an adventurer belonging to the Wood Whalers. In some cases, they might even be hostile and attack. Yeah, no, I'm a good addendum to have here. Do you want me to ERP with you in front of all of our friends? Sadly, the answer is often yes. It depends on the friend group. There's some that I'd be willing to rock and roll with. I don't know why they just didn't use the term, like, backstory. Like, profile has a very sort of clinical feel to it. Like, I don't know. Using profile to describe backstory is, yeah, or an adventurer plate, exactly. Using profile to describe backstory is like me saying, I don't know, phalanges to refer to someone's tongue, you know? It's very strange to me. So yeah. Giving you ideas. Bad ideas that'll never happen in reality. Oopsie boopsie. My guess is they use profile to suggest it could be short, like a dating profile maybe, or like, yeah, that's fair. It's very fair. As per the golden rule, GM has final say about the adventurer's profile. If the GM, you still haven't told me what the golden rule is, but that's fine. If an adventurer's profile mentions they're the illegitimate child of Buscaron, proprietor of Buscaron's druthers, it's perfectly all right for the GM to have Buscaron address this adventurer as a complete stranger should you visit his alehouse in the upper paths. Okay. I feel like there should be a way to distillate this down into Final Fantasy 14 TTRPGs or Final Fantasy 14 role playing in the game because of the number of times that people are like, my husband is Amaric, I am secretly the son of Emmett Selk. Like I wish there was a way to like squeeze this down, but like I don't know that I 100% jive with what they're trying to go for here, right? Like, I think what they're implying is that if it's the illegitimate child, the GM can say that Buscaron doesn't know about their illegitimate child, but still, that's like stealing the player character's backstory in some capacity. Like, I feel like what they're trying to intimate here is the idea of in the universe, NPCs don't necessarily interact with your backstory, like in the actual MMORPG, but yeah, I don't know. I'm very unhappy about that. Phalanges, the 14 bones that are found in the fingers of each hand and also in the toes of each foot. Okay, then that would be like me using the word phalanges to refer to my fingers. What are the things that cells use to move around? Like micro bacterial organisms? What do they use? Flagella? God, you can tell that I do not care about science in the slightest. That sentence golden rule is the GM has final say, yeah. You don't agree with that ruling, session zeros are for that. Yeah. Cilia. Maybe Cilia. I don't know. Flagella. Thank you, Enderfriend. Yeah, sure. It might be so the characters don't pull out I'm the king's son and so I'm in charge, but it could have been worded differently. Yeah, the wording is interesting. Again, Japanese game. I'm sure Japanese play testing on Squeenix's side, right? So it could just be a translation difficulty. It may be that the adventurer is a habitual liar, or that Buscaron and his scion could have a reason to pretend they don't know each other. The GM is free to advance the story without exploring this alleged familial relationship. Oh, wow. We're moving on. We are going to circle back to this at some point in time. Very old school GM philosophy. Exactly, ACS Mars. Yeah. Scion referring to their child, right? Yeah, like, I kind of get what they're going for, right? Like, if Buscaron has, like, if there's somebody behind the counter and they've got, like, a gun pointed at Buscaron's nuts, and, like, Buscaron is like, I don't know who you are. Like, yeah, okay. Then the game master being like, I'm not going to have Buscaron acknowledge you right away makes sense, but that feels like something that's self-explanatory. So the only use case in which I 100% see where they're going for here are really bad ones. So, yeah. Can be handy if the player has main character syndrome. Maybe, yeah. I'm God, the story is what I say, you don't like it, rocks fall, fucker. Somehow this is fun for everyone. I brought that up earlier, ACS Mars, with my general disappointment with the description of Game Masters and Dungeon Masters. But we are officially waffling too far. We're focusing up, we're moving on. Titles. Titles serve as a record of the adventurer's deeds and accomplishments, rewarding way to track a character's journey throughout Eorzea and beyond. Titles aren't just for show, they also have a tangible effect on the story. An adventurer's bearing subtly shifts when using the title. What? Never mind, I am instantly stunlocked by the next thing that we have read. What? Titles aren't just for show, they can also have a tangible effect on the story. An adventurer's bearing subtly shifts when using a title. allowing NPCs within the game world to intuit what that title is. This may cause them to behave differently towards that character, for better or worse. In rare cases, a title may even grant effects that influence the mechanics of the game itself. Keep in mind that the GM has final say on whether a title affects the game. Adventurers may possess as many titles as they earn, but can only use one title at any given time. Using a title is optional, but unused titles will not have an effect on the scenario. Titles can be swapped while resting or sleeping, but cannot be changed otherwise. This is fascinating. I fuck with this, actually. I kind of fuck with this. Whoa, I've got feelings about this. This is wild. It sounds like there are things you get for doing quests that give bonuses. Savior of XYZ. Is this shit in Isekai having a name influences reality? It's a mix of names and feats. Yeah, it's a mix of names and feats. What it is, in part, is it is boons. It's boons from Dungeons and Dragons 5th ed, right? Like if you go into the Dungeon Master manual in 5th ed, you get to a section where the game is just like, I don't know, sometimes just give them shit. Give them shit that lets them have some special ability, right? And it's called a boon. So like having a title be a boon, fine. Having a title be a boon, yeah, like you guys are saying, that are equipped one at a time. You know what it might be? Is this might be the replacement for charisma. I feel this way about the Dragon Slayer and this way about necromancers. I think they've used titles to replace charisma, right? So when the king's son, right? Like let's say you have the title Noble Scion or whatever, right? So when you have the title Noble Scion, you're dressing like a noble scion. You're speaking in bullshit, pretentious words. You're being a jackass. So the title there is the like social construct, because it's talking about NPCs' attitudes. What I'm weird about is when they say they can also have a tangible effect on the story. That's where we're entering into a weird place for me. I'm very curious to see some examples. Unequip it when you're near me. I'll hit you if you pick the wrong one. But I mean, like, if someone is canonically an evil necromancer, right? They would dress up like a normal civilian going into a town. I kind of get what they're going for, but it is wacky. Like, just because I decided to be Splunker today, suddenly no one recognizes me for rescuing the city. I have mixed feelings. No, I'm definitely there with you, Mesfia. I'm very curious to see what examples they provide. Like, they have to give you sample titles for this. Otherwise, this is the most nonsensical thing I've ever seen, right? Like, an easy example that we brought up before is like Lord Protector. You get Lord Protector for doing 200 Battle Lev quests in Final Fantasy XIV. Is the implication that when you equip Lord Protector, everyone's like, oh shit, you're the guy who killed 15 shrews 200 times? Or is the implication that like I don't know, it's so fascinating. This is the first mechanic I've seen that makes me go, this is uniquely Final Fantasy XIV's. It's wild, because ain't nobody in the world of Final Fantasy XIV giving a shit about your title. In a lot of instances, other players turn off titles. So it's very funny, but I'm into it. Supplementary profile fields, sure, fine. Okay. Encounters. This is the area where I expect to blast through faster. That might be why it only may apply. Maybe if there are other circumstances that would overrule it. Yeah, exactly. Social currency. Yeah. It feels weird because the game master does this automatically as storyteller. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see. The idea that titles replace charisma is kind of fun. Like, again, it'll have to be an application. Seems like they shoehorned in a way to fit the title system to the game. It feels vestigial. If they give us like some crazy good examples, right? Like, Seraph, I'm imagining a situation where if your title is, I don't know, the Dragon Slayer, to use Lemmy's example, that if you're talking to a dragon, the implication is you're getting like bonuses against that dragon. That's something that I could fuck with. Like, in the starter set, we're going to be getting three starter scenarios. And if those three starter scenarios have it that, like, a specific title unlocks special access to something, maybe, but, like, yeah, I don't know. How long is the stream? Basically until about midnight or so, Pixie. There's just something so odd about oh no, GM, I actually took off Dragon Slayer. They don't know about that other thing now. Instead of the GM just acting as the character who has memory. Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Can I use the Charlemagne's Angel title, though? No, because I fucking hate what they've done to Count Charlemagne de Durandare, so yeah. Midnight EST, so 3.5 hours from now, yeah. Because that's more or less our new end time, so. It's 1:30 here. Fantastic. Midnight for Pixie. We're streaming for 12 hours. But yeah. You would rather, as the GM, ignore this mechanic and give those rewards tied to the titles in other ways? I'm willing to mess around with it. I can see a world in which it does something good. I'm probably going to ignore it. Encounters, encounter maps, phases, rounds, turns. For more information on phases, see page 18. Surprise, positioning, turn orders. We don't have an initiative order, so I wonder if we're just going to use alternating turns. Yep. Fantastic. Interesting. I do like these. It's a very Japanese TTRPG system. Again, I saw it a lot in Double Cross. I saw it in a couple of other things like Don't Rest Your Head. I like alternating turn activation, but that's besides the point. You can see what it wants to do. It just does so in a way you think it doesn't add anything. Fair. Very, very fair. My relationship with Derek is -4 because I sucker punched him that one time. Okay. Rounds. Your round is comprised of the following 3 steps. Adventure step. An adventurer and allied characters participating takes a turn following the turn order. Enemy step. Wait. Determine the order in which their adventurers and allied take their turns is referred to the turn order. Turn order for enemies is determined by the scenario or left to the discretion of the GM. The GM may choose to share this information, but it is not required to do so. So are we using vigilance just as initiative? Okay. Made it out of danger, defeated all enemy characters, encounter ends. Characters have abilities, enhancements, enfeeblements. There are multiple hostile factions. All characters from one faction will take their turn, followed by those of the next faction. The turn order for factions is determined by the GM, cannot be changed for the duration of the encounter. The cannot be changed for the duration of the encounter is wild. I mean, it's not like people understand the delay initiative mechanic in Dungeons and Dragons either, so just saying you can't change turn order makes sense, but is strange. Surprise. So I assumed vigilance was against surprise. Some characters belonging to a faction to be taken by surprise. When other characters are not, GM will determine which characters are caught by surprise in any given encounter. Yeah, sure. Okay. Primary action, secondary action, standard movement, or focus. Okay. Choose the order in which your adventurer performs these actions, or opt to end your turn without performing some or all of them. When there are no further actions you can or wish to take on your turn, declare your turn finish. Primary actions. Use a primary ability, standard action, primary action. Sprint, doubling the character's speed for this turn. Perform any other action specified by the scenario or the GM to be a primary action. You can use a primary action to perform a secondary action. So just like in Dungeons and Dragons, generally you can reduce a standard action down to a bonus action if you feel so inclined. Combo actions, sure. An additional primary ability exceeding the usual limit of one primary action per turn. These abilities are referred to as combo abilities. Will specify the additional abilities you may choose from. So probably something like Red Mage and whatnot, right? While you're not required to use an additional ability, you cannot use an ability that is not indicated by the combo ability. Sure, okay. Secondary abilities, secondary items, any other thing that has been specified as a secondary. Sure. You played in a game once where it was hit-based, so it was a tactical choice on either side to pass the action to the enemy side. So if you were buffing, you could pass it to another teammate. But if you did damage to an enemy, they then stole the initiative and got to go. Obviously, if you hit somebody already went, then you didn't pass the turn to the opposite side. It was interesting. Ooh. I'm going to have to ask what system that was, Mesfia. I do like that. This is one book split into two PDFs. There's an FAQ section for the players that is part of the GM PDF. Yeah, I was gonna say, JR, they call this the player book. I don't know that I necessarily agree that this is a player book. I'm curious about how much overlap there is between the player and the game master. By using a standard movement action, a player can move between different squares during their turn as long as the number of squares traversed does not exceed their speed. Characters cannot pass through squares that contain an enemy unless that enemy is smaller in size than their character. I'm wilding out about that caveat, but sure, fine, just move through a smaller enemy. They can pass through squares occupied by allied or neutral, of course. Additionally, a character cannot end a standard movement in a square occupied by another character, of course. If a character would run out of movement in a square in which another character is present, they cannot enter that square, of course. 3.5 did used to allow a diminutive, tiny, and small character to all stand in the same square, which was always funny. Game Master PDF starts at chapter 3, of course. They move between the legs. Well, so Presna, this is actually saying the opposite. It's not that a small character can move through a large character. It's that a large character can move over a small character. So a Lalafell can't go through a Rogadin. A Rogadin can step over a Lalafell. Yeah, it Mesfia, exactly, right? Which is a wild rule of thumb to have. So I wonder if they're giving small characters anything as like an advantage over that to like make being a small character good, because as a rule of thumb, being a larger character is better now. So sure. Choose to split up a character's standard movement and have them pause. Okay, yeah. So you don't have to do either all of your move and then something else. You can do one or the other. Okay. which is nice. Back in 3.5, you had to have like a specific feat or be riding a horse to move action moves. So, it's just a generally nice rule to have. Well, catch you, Clary. Thank you for the lurk. Speed of 5 squares, da 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 da. Focus. Character may forego all standard movement during their turn to focus. This allows them to perform an additional secondary action. Ooh. Okay. Sure. An additional secondary action for a total of 2 secondary actions in a single turn. The character stands still to focus on their actions and can't spare a thought for mobility. So my first thing was, because my brain is trying to figure out an exploit, I was like, can you standard action sprint, movement, focus to get like any extra benefit? And you can't, right? Because foregoing all standard movement, when you sprint, you double your standard movement, right? So if you were doing that, this would actually be just a debuff. It would be a worse way to play your turn. So, but other than that, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, don't know if you like it, but it is an idea. I wonder if there's a secondary action that is... I wonder if there is a secondary action that is just like aim, something like that, right? So this is to be like, if you don't move, you have like better accuracy with a gun or something like that. I've definitely played around with games that did that sort of thing before. Free actions. Free action is free. I don't need to go over that, I'm sure. Instant abilities may be used during any character's turn, provided their trigger conditions are met. However, a character cannot use instant abilities when they're surprised, nor can they use multiple instant abilities on a given turn. Okay, sure. So instant abilities are like sort of the Magic the Gathering terminology for instant in that situation. Or reactions is another really great example. Interestingly enough, it only needs to fulfill the reaction trigger in this case. It's not that you can only do one instant ability, it's that you can only do one instant ability per trigger, right? Because... Oh, actually, is it just reactions? Nor can they use multiple instant abilities on a given turn. Yeah, okay, so they can do it once per turn as long as the trigger condition is met. So during your turn, your ally's turn, your enemy's turn, you can during each of their turns do an instant ability. We'll have to see how that comes into play. Oh yeah, and then they literally have a diagram here for it. So, during enemy A's turn, Adventurer X can't do 2 instant abilities, but if there is enemy A and enemy B, they can do an instant ability on both of them. Interesting. Yeah, it could be some wacky character builds around instant stuff. Definitely, yeah. Movement effects. Movement effect cannot cause a character to stop in a square occupied by another character. Sure. A movement effect affects movement. Fascinating stuff. Character size. Small is 1 by 1. Medium is 1 by 1. Large is 2 by 2. Huge is 3 by 3. Colossal is 4 by 4 and larger. God, it's making me think back to 3.5 again. You used to have gargantuan. Oh, yes, good. Yes, the floor here is made of floor. Exactly, Sarah. With regards to movement effects affect movement. Sure. And then this is just talking about the movement abilities of creatures. Large characters can move over medium characters. Movement characters cannot move over medium. Just allowing a larger character to move over a smaller character is so fascinating to me. This is such a weird design choice. That a Lalafell can't stop a Cure from running past them to an objective? That's so weird. I mean, to be honest, I feel like it makes more sense. I don't know if it does. Yeah, Presna brings up the Hyur. The Hyur would trip over the Lalafell, right? Or like, as a rule of thumb, saying bigger moves past smaller, I get what they're going for, right? But it is an interesting buff to being big, whereas normally being big already has its own benefits. Like in old Dungeons and Dragons, this was called bull rushing. And if you were bigger than the person you were bull rushing, you got modifiers. But just saying it is always true is I don't know. I kind of want to play with it as intended, but also it feels rude. We'll have to see. Well, to be fair, a Hyur can't go over a Lala. Exactly, right? But a Lala is medium, which is being... Oh... Is it based off of the number of squares, or is it based off of size? Okay, we'll have to see the FAQ. Allow your players to get creative with, exactly. Smaller people also have to ask people to move and notice to them. Yeah, I mean, in the real world. And again, it's a game, right? All TTRPGs will have interesting systems. I will say, every place where the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG distinguishes itself from Dungeons and Dragons, to me, is intrinsically a positive thing. That's the reason why, even though titles clearly have their flaws, even though this and the focus action clearly are a little bit strange, I'm happy about it because I want this to have its own personality, right? I don't want it to just be a Final Fantasy XIV or a Dungeons and Dragons hack. So we'll see. Abilities do what the abilities do. Name, type, physical, magic, unique, classifications. Ooh. So the element is going to matter. I want you to know we are going to have a shit ton of light aether versus dark aether in my campaigns. Smile. Cost to use the ability, normally MP, other resources besides MP, requirements. Sure, fine. Target X, self. Target X is such Magic the Gathering parlance. Sure. Target, self, enemy, ally, special. Sure. Ranged. Sure. There is a heavy assumption about grid-based, so Theater of the Mind might have some difficulty translating. Check, ability checks. Abilities without this field can be used without making an ability check. Sure. Challenge rating, defense. Challenge rating for magic is magic defense. Challenge rating for a unique ability found in the unique ability. Yeah, sure. Okay. Base effect. Oh, that's right. Okay, so, they did something interesting in they did something very interesting in the TTRPG, which is that apparently I don't know if there are crits, but there is something called the direct hit, which is an additional effect that is resolved when the character scores a direct hit with the ability. Which we're going to have to break that down later. But if you play Final Fantasy XIV, you already know that a direct hit is separate and distinct from a critical hit, because criticals in Final Fantasy XIV are bizarre. The critical hit stat both affects your chance to get a critical hit and how impactful the critical hit is. So upping your critical, no brainer. That's unhinged. Direct hit is a little bit different in that direct hit always does the same amount whenever a direct hit is procced, and all you are affecting is your direct hit chance. But that's the video game concept. I am curious to see how they manifest that in Final Fantasy XIV, the TTRPG, because we haven't actually seen mention of critical anywhere in here. Yeah, my posture is miserable. Thank you for redeeming that, Pixie. You would want to play it both ways and have contested checks. Like, smaller might have a bonus to trip, maybe move, but are prone if they fall. Versus targets have a bonus to stop them, like the Sentinel feat in 5e. Yeah, exactly. We'll definitely have to see. That's kind of an acrobatics versus athletics situation as well. Oh no, here's criticals. Okay. Direct hit, limitation, ability checks, criticals. Rolling a d20, if an ability check lands on 20, then that ability is a critical. On the d20s of the starter set, the 20 is represented by the little icon. We are going to be getting the starter set dice. Critical, double the number of dice rolled to determine the amount of damage dealt or HP healed. I generally rule of thumb that a critical is just 2 times multiplier. People who say double the dice, double the fun, to me, lack a fundamental understanding of statistics, but I also let players determine that themselves, so. Including any additional dice awarded by traits or abilities, all other numbers on the ability remain unchanged. Kind of a mixture of 5e and some others, yeah. Sure. Oh, interesting. Direct hit is a flat amount, whereas crit is the variable amount. I could fuck with that. Sure. Direct hit being a little bit more reliable. Okay. Contested roll is in block versus get through. You can opt not to block intentionally, and they just have to beat some bottom roll to get by you with athletics sort of thing. Yeah, again, I'm going to do a couple of sessions where we just operate with the base rules, where a larger character just bull rushes past you, because the game writing so far implies that there is an enmity system. But yeah. Ability checks for multiple targets. Use the resulting total to determine if the ability scores a direct hit on each target. If the character has been granted advantage, roll the advantage for those targets separately, select which dice to use. You roll separately for separate people, sure. Ooh, High Rollers lets you take the max, and then also lets you roll. That's actually a really interesting modification, Enderfriend. I could mess around with that, yeah. Burn a reaction to let small characters through. Yeah, I could see that. You can always move through your allies. The rule about bigger moves past all the time only applies to your enemies. Oh, when I use that phrase, you sound like a Chuck Tingle protagonist. When I say I could fuck with that, it's some new parlance that I've only picked up through YouTube shorts and through TikTok. I am unfortunately too old for that slang to be directly translatable, but yeah. It makes for very high crits, but enemies also use the same method. Yeah. I mean, it's very swingy, right? Damage and healing for multiple targets. Roll the dice once, use the resulting total to calculate the amount of damage dealt or HP healed. Each target suffers the same amount of damage or recovers the same amount of HP. This is interesting. It's more or less how it works in it's more or less how it works in D&D 5e. But it clearly cares more about the person casting the spell than the people who are doing the saving throws against it. Okay. Sure. Proc effects, sure. Ability resolution. Choose ability, select target, confirm ability check, make ability check, determine results, confirm effects, roll dice, resolve effects. Bizarre. Interesting breakdown if somebody's never played a TTRPG before, but truly bizarre. Markers, source, creator, caster. Marker type, origin, marker area. Target is target, marker trigger is how it pops, marker effect. Sure, fine. Like a... oh my gosh, what is it called? When the Dark Knight makes that dark bubble appear, and the dark bubble does damage over time to people inside of it. It's just it's an effect over time. Marker resolution. Generate marker, place marker, confirm marker trigger, declare marker activation, confirm marker target, confirm marker effect, resolve effects. Okay. Sure. Oh, also like passage of arms. So if you have a thing that has that people behind you get damage reduction, I see. Okay. Interesting. Markers are an interesting term. We'll have to see the actual writing of some abilities, obviously. But I do like that a lot. Phases. Unit of time, govern an encounter. The length of a single phase can vary dramatically. Limited number of uses per phase. Have those uses restored. Each adventurer may immediately use one of their items when a phase ends and begins. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm going to be honest. It is very encounter coded. It is very encounter coded, like 4th Ed, which again, I'm not the world's biggest fan of 4th Ed, but it is nice to formalize the sort of benefits that some people are going to be getting, right? Sure. Okay. HP is not a measure of a character's physical stamina, but rather a numerical representation of their physical condition, mental resilience, their will to survive. Characters with more HP can withstand greater damage, and those with less HP can be defeated more easily. Sure, fine. Characters' HP cannot fall into the negatives. When characters suffer damage or receive healing effects, their HP value will change. Outside of an encounter, the character's HP value is always equal to their max HP unless special rules are in effect. Oops, sorry, no. Interesting. Does a trap count as an encounter in that situation? So people with severe depression have less HP. That does seem to be what they're implying, JR. If you've got bipolar syndrome, your HP value, your max HP will fluctuate from day to day. You meet this guy while he's on his manic phase, max HP is through the roof. You meet this guy when he's on his depressive phase, very easy to defeat. Although I do conceptually like the idea that HP is also your mental health. I don't know. There is something interesting to that. It could also like serve to explain why illusion-based spells can deal HP damage, right? Recovery that would cause their HP to exceed their max HP instead brings it to their max HP value. Extra healing is ignored. Makes sense. Barriers, additional HP, damage is taken from the barrier first. We know the shields. Barriers cannot be restored with healing effects, nor can two barriers be combined. If a character with a barrier gains another, the barrier with the highest HP value remains active, the one with the lower HP value is lost. Temp hit points. So long as the effect granting the barrier does not list a specific duration, it will last until damage eliminates it or the encounter ends. Okay. All right, folks, thanks for holding on. We're 4 pages from the end. When HP falls to 0. When a character's HP falls to 0, they're knocked out. Knocked out enfeeblement is removed via an ability such as Raise. Company issue tonic. Hey, grand companies. Or through some special other effect. It is interesting. It is very interesting they don't say Phoenix down here. That is very wild to me. When a character has 0 HP, they're not dead, they're knocked out. And when they're knocked out, they can be raised or use the company issue tonic, which is a reference to Grand Company, which is something they haven't done something with since Stormblood. Interesting. Sure, okay. Yeah, that like exists in the world. Yeah, there are Phoenix Downs. I don't know. When an encounter ends, characters who are knocked out regain all of their HP and are afflicted with the weakened enfeeblement. We get that. To avoid confusion, the GM may decide that when NPCs and monsters reach 0 HP, they die instead of being knocked out. A use case scenario. If an adventurer reduces a character or monster's HP to 0 but does not want to kill them, that player should declare that their adventurer has decided to inflict non-lethal damage and instead knock their adversary out. That's exactly like Dungeons and Dragons. Scenario rules and GM's discretion take precedence, so knocking out an enemy may not always be possible. When an enemy is knocked out or killed with an encounter, remove their token from the encounter map. When the adventurer is knocked out, however, leave their token where it is. You get it. Damn, they must be in combat. But Presna, that's the thing. The company issue tonic can also only be used when out of combat. So if we're using the actual item from the game, that's bonkers, wacky, psycho. But, you know, again. Refer to additional rules for knockout. Describing damage, HP is not a representation of physical stamina. Because of this, a character with 1 HP remaining might appear whole and unharmed. yet might be one stiff breeze from death's door. Alternatively, a character covered with countless horrible wounds may in fact be hale and hearty at max HP. But this presents a problem. How do players know whether their adversaries are brimming with life or gurgling on the verge of death? It is the rare party that doesn't want to keep tabs on the enemy's HP. Some GMs may prefer to keep enemies' HP count to themselves, while others may choose to be transparent. For a GM who is looking for a creative solution to this particular problem, oh my fucking god, they're just giving us bloodied. It's just bloodied all over again. The enemy's HP gauge is flashing red. Fucking... I'm sorry. If I am playing in your Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG campaign and you look me in the eyes and you say the enemy's HP gauge is flashing red, I'm going to fucking laugh at you. Don't say that to me. Don't do that to me. Sure. Okay. Fine. MP's reserve of mana, their ability to manipulate Aether. An adventurer's max MP is 5. Is that sort of representative about how in game the max MP you can have is 10,000 or whatever it is? NPCs and monsters do not use MP unless otherwise specifically stated. An adventurer's MP can range from their max to 0, cannot fall into the negative. When adventurers expend or recover MP, their MP value will change accordingly. Always a max of 5. Oh. Kind of spell slot slemmy, yeah. I presume... When an adventurer uses an ability that costs their MP value is reduced. The reduction in MP does not affect their abilities. They can act normally even if their MP drops to 0. Natural MP, while in an encounter, an adventurer will automatically recover 2 MP at the end of a round before the enemy's step. I feel things about that. That feels like a lot of busy work to put on the player, but sure, fine. Some abilities and traits have effects that alter the amount of MP a character recovers at the end of their adventure step. Be sure to take any effects into account when recovering MP.
Oh lord, we're nerding.
Fafnir, thank you so much for re-upping your sub with us for 22 months. And also, the alert worked. That's what the Twitch alerts are supposed to do. Yeah, we are nerding. Thank you so much for coming in. We're looking at the free PDFs that have been released because my physical copy is being mailed to me, but I don't have it yet. And honestly, I cannot fucking wait to talk about it until I get the thing. I'm not the loot bug. You guys are the loot bugs. Okay, in the interest of fairness, Pixie, I'm zooming through it in comparison to what I would normally do. You kind of like it for high spell slot costs, though. Yeah, being able to regenerate your MP is nice. It's just, again, the comparison to 4th edition does stack up, unfortunately. Man is jonesing for a TTRPG. I'm jonesing for a TTRPG because it will finally allow us to take the next step in Ishgard stuff. For those of you who don't know, we recently attended a soiree this past weekend for a Final Fantasy XIV based roleplay event that was based off of an entirely fictional holiday, but one that I intend to sort of canonize inside of my own universe. And I've been meaning to do a Ishgardian based role-playing campaign and setting for literally years now. It's just that now we will finally have the tools to do so. So you get it. You know I tease because it's funny. I mean, there are other people who are sincerely miffed with me, right, Pixie? The promise is that we are going to do Final Fantasy IV today. It's just also I wanted to do this, and so I'm going to do this first. So, The Ishgard man is Ishgarding live on the stream. Listen, all I'm saying is, okay, first of all, nice to meet you, Altaria Motive. Second of all I'm saying is, before, you know what? No, I'm not going to defend myself. I just like Final Fantasy XIV Ishgard, and I am an Ishgardian man, and I wish it was in the real world, and it gives Bad Dragon an entirely different meaning. Okay, we're moving on. Limit breaks. Limit breaks are interesting. We did want to see what this was about. Limit breaks are special abilities that can be used in encounters of great importance or when fighting powerful enemies. Limit breaks are available, depends on the scenario and GM's discretion. I probably would always allow limit breaks to be available.
Have consequences.
And Altaria Motive, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the gang. We got a Discord. We got a welcome command, although Nightbot isn't working. We got follower emotes. We got the whole 9 yards. You get it. Yeah, I did not expect welcome to work with Nightbot all broken up. But okay. Yep, Nightbot is still dead. I don't know. Like, I tried disconnecting it and reconnecting it. Bizarre. Okay, GM will inform players at the start of turnaround phase in which they become available. I don't think I would... I don't know. That's interesting. It's weird for the GM to say, okay, your limit break is available now. Party of adventurers can use up to 3 limit breaks per encounter. However, an adventurer who has used a limit break once in an encounter cannot do so again during that same encounter. Yeah, that makes sense. Spread the wealth. Limit breaks have triggers listed in their descriptions and can be used when those conditions are met, even if it is not in the adventurer's turn. They are not classified as instant abilities and can be used even though the adventurer has already done an instant ability. Limit breaks whose triggers are listed at any time can be used to interrupt the resolution of another ability or a marker's effect. Powerful enemy targets a wounded ally. After the dice roll, Pulse of Life, that's the healer, LB. This limit gauge heals the targeted ally, allowing them enough HP to weather an enemy's fearsome blow. GM hint to use LB3 for a huge story moment. Yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre, but sure. GM determines if it is a fight that matters enough to apply. Maybe, I guess. I guess if you just get to use an LB, a limit break every single fight, then like you just like LB a level 1 goblin who doesn't do anything, right? Enhancements, we get that. That's damage buffs, that's other abilities. We get that. And then enfeeblements. Damage over time, prone, slowed, blind. Fucking, I hate blind. I hate all of these enfeeblements. All of these enfeeblements just make me angry looking at them. Prone feels like it's included in here just to be included because of D&D. Your character doesn't ever go prone in the MMO. Slowed, that's real, that's fine. Blinded, that's real, that's fine. Comatose, God, we're gonna have to look at that enfeeblement. Hello? Stunned, that's real, that's fine. Knocked out, that's real, that's fine. Weakness, that's real, that's fine. Brink of death. I don't know if Brink of Death is real in the MMO. It sounds plausibly effective. Comatose, fucking wild, and death. Okay. So it is possible to kill the characters. All right, and that's the player handbook that has been released for free on Square Enix's website. So if you want to get this for your own reference material, if you're considering maybe playing Final Fantasy XIV TTRPGs just amongst yourselves, or maybe, perhaps, with me when miraculously free time appears and/or I do it for content on stream, let me know. But in the meantime, that's it for this. I desperately need to make my room not so hot. It is 90 degrees. I also need to check something with myself medically, because oopsie poopsie. But when we return, Final Fantasy IV, I promise, it's only 2.5 hours later than I normally do Final Fantasy IV. So, okay. Call you, you will play? Hell yeah. Yeah, we will run a very quick ad break, and when we return, Final Fantasy IV. See you all very soon. Bye!
Gather brothers, gather sisters, soothe your blisters by the fire. Though our bones may ache and groan, we know our spirits never tire. The temperature's low, but our purpose is much higher. What's behind us mustn't blind us to divineness that transpires. Now our spires have expired, well she rest in each of you. London's not a place, it wasn't left beneath our boots, and by grace we have been blessed with that most elegant of truth. You stand here not abandoned, but as testament and proof. For a city is its people, and its people are its heart. Stood together against the weather, against the coming of the dark. Ne'er a lantern has been lit with oh so righteous a spark, when Providence claimed continence, but provided us an ark.
We moved north as awful forceful storms removed borders, forced to leave the warmth behind. The daylight hours grew shorter. Unable to read at night, the people might dispute law books, ushering the death of joy. Division made a new order. Brute force and discipline ensures all the citizens are chipping in sufficiently. Under threat of imprisonment, liberties prohibited. Retired, it's mandatory compliance now. To keep the fire alight, we need to stamp any defiance out. We can ill afford the price of human rights, nor pay the cost of anger, so we stifle scrutinizing eyes astray with propaganda. The only way that we can pull through is under cruel rule. If a single person falls out of line, we all do.
Gathering or evening prayer, we still battle for a season fair. We still huddle in the freezing air for a summer that's not even there. If that sun won't rise on our horizon, we'll march on despite the skies and find that wheel of progress so well worn brought us no shelter from the storm. I have heard that there are those who would defy us, who choose oppression or ascension for the pious. Dissidents without repent bent on questioning the diest. Was did I am this pariahs and their heretic messiah. Winter blizzards to infinity, so sing the hymns and litanies. Hand in and skin the sinners if you wish to skim divinity. Each shiver will deliver us, deliverance in time. Earn the innocence for penitence if we preempt the crime. I'm protector of the truth, great erector of the new faith. Defectors and objectors can expect a second doomsday. Unquestioning our destiny, relentless we pursue fate. Alone I have been chosen to be spoken through by true grace. Frozen omens say we should invoke another crusade.
We rush to crush dissent from those who claim we must repent. How could a benevolent God subject us to such events? Against the elements, precious seconds each of us has spent completing public penance could have been invested putting up the tents. Pragmatism's born of pessimism, not a full-blown pestilence infecting desperate residents with false hope. Now they've sworn oaths and pledged commitment to a cult. No mercy will be shown or quarter given. Fetch the coiled rope and hang them by the necks until it's taught. The lesson learned is certain. No forgiveness for giving attention to those worthless sermons. No measure of faith will keep you warm or sate your appetite. So pray heed the warning or we may just have to tax your life.
Gathering or evening prayer, we still battle for a season fair. We still huddle in the freezing air for a summer that's not even there.
Okay, doke. And we're back, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. I know I have stopped doing ad breaks, and I'm going to be 100% honest. A part of me not doing ad breaks anymore is because I'm worried that if there is a break, your short attention spans will flee, and then I will have to, try to get your attentions back some other way. So, going forward, I'm going to be taking more breaks, which is not something I needed to get your guys' permission about or inform you about, but it is a fact, so enjoy. Okay, but that is not why we're here. We are here to do... Don't cheer me for this. Stop telling me good. This is supposed to be bad news. You guys are supposed to be insensate about it. We are going to do... Ad breaks are good for everybody's bladder health. God, my bladder health also needed it. We're doing Final Fantasy IV. And a part of us doing Final Fantasy IV is I did not grind out the combat at all since last time. Let me know if I need to adjust audio or anything like that. But yeah, so normally I come in and I do a little bit of grinding because it's old JRPGs are very like are designed with grinding in mind. But I didn't want to move from this spot because of where we were narratively last time. Rosa and Yang look kind of dead. No, they're fine. 0 HP? They're just knocked out. But yeah, we did a bunch of fights. And I'm so sorry about the audio. It is going to be nasty. Did I turn my graphics down? I don't think so. I think these are the graphics that they are at. But yeah, they've lost their will to live. Fair. Oh, my posture is so bad, Raven. Thank you. Oh. Okay. And then we'll use Rosa's full life on Yang. Okay. So, last time we went up to Giot, a name that is completely unfamiliar to us, and a bunch of dwarves who are completely unfamiliar to us. We did not succeed in saving the darkness crystal of Earth, I want to say. There is one more crystal that Golbez has yet to claim, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to attack Golbez's base of operations and try and steal all of the crystals that Golbez has successfully amassed. We've been told to go into the basement and grab everything from there. But, of course, if you tell me to go into the basement instead, I'm not going to do that. And do maybe literally anything else? Does the Dwarven Axe have... No. It has no, like, special ability. I can buy a flame mail for Kane. Okay. And even though the flame sword is categorically better than the Sword of Legend, I think I'm gonna keep the Sword of Legend equipped on Cecil. It feels weird to use any other weapon. I don't know. Giot wants you to put our treasures to good use. I do hate to sound ungrateful, because that's very sweet of him, and of you. But I don't know where your treasures are. I know where some of your treasures are. But yeah, the story of Final Fantasy IV appears to be the story of Endwalker Post. So heads up that if you're watching, I am unfortunately going to go into spoiler town about Final Fantasy's Endwalker Post content. Some of it won't make sense if you're still fairly early, but those comparisons will be made, and, you know, just want people to be prepared. Especially because Endwalker Post is irrefutably some of my favorite Final Fantasy 14 content. So, yeah. Wait, what? Okay. Free me from the wheel, thank you. Okay. I think... So we've checked both towers. All's well. We can't seem to leave. Golbez has retreated. Is the overworld full of evil? We managed to save a bunch of people. Actually, you know what? Go watch the VODs on YouTube. I cannot possibly recap here as well as I could if you just go watch it and then see it in real time. Smile. Okay. What is down here? Ooh, sure. Geishel Greens. Okay. Great One can be entrusted with things you don't need or can't use right away. Fat Chocobo, insolent fool. That's the bird of the gods you're talking about. That's so fucking funny. Sure. Yeah, okay. The dwarves worship the fat chocobo? Okay. If this is just bad... It says it increases a martial artist's power. Do I still have Kane's iron gear? No, okay. It's all gone. I guess we could get rid of a bow. Surely we won't need any of these things. Okay, I'm done. We have permission from the king. Cool. I'll go check that place out in a hot sec. This is the infirmary. Okay. Doors are tough, but even they get hurt once in a while. I'm getting better. Okay. Oh, does this just loop around? Okay. I can't remember. Can we actually leave the castle properly? We could do some grinding just to get back into the swing of things. Lolly-ho! I mean, how tough can the boys down here be? They're just called armadillos. What's the worst that an armadillo can do to us? Okay. To be fair, the tiny mages wrecked you. How dare you, JR? You are correct, but I can't believe you would remind me of my arch nemesis, the tiny mages. God. And like, making the tiny mages only have 1 MP makes sense. I just hate them. Okay. Lolly ho! There are gigantic cannons in the Tower of Babel. Take care. Okay. I do love the sound of gigantic cannons. Wait. Is a cottage? I know we have tants. God. My ability to speak is really going to hell. Is cottage just the upgraded form of tents, or was there another step? Because the idea of us having home ownership, but only in a very temporary and ephemeral sense, is very funny to me. Monsters of the underworld are fearsome, be careful. What? Where am I? I'm brave, but that's nothing compared to how brave you are. Okay. Rubicante, the strongest of the 4 elemental lords, is at the Tower of Babel. The name Rubicante doing anything for anybody? Come back in one piece. He who fights and runs away lives to see another day. Feel like I'm really getting prepped for, running away from a fight. You sneak into the tower while we distract him with our tanks. Okay. Inside this pot is the water of life. Drink some before you go. Could I not take some of the water of life with me? Goblin captains. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. So we're looking for the Tower of Babel. Which is always a fun myth. And Blurry, thank you so much for re-upping your sub with us for 20 months. God damn. I appreciate it, King. Yeah, we're playing some Final Fantasy IV. It's unfortunately a bit older, but it both scratches that Final Fantasy itch as well as is sort of the first game in a lot of old retro games that we're going to be trying out. So, yeah. Hope you enjoy. And if you don't tell me. You'll crush my poor soul. Sure. Lizards need to be warm, right? Nope, they're not vulnerable to cold. Okay. Medusa arrow. Rosa can be equipped with a bow and arrow. Is it worth it? Because the Mithril Staff allows us to cure status ailments for free. You know what? We'll keep with the staff. Flying units take more damage against bow and arrow, so if we come across some particularly troublesome flying units, we'll deal with them then. But yeah. The idea that we're in hell and armadillos are some of the most fearsome enemies we can fight is very funny to me. Okay. Is this the Tower of Babel? Also, have you noticed that Rosa has not missed a single... Oh, never mind. There we go. That prayer went unanswered. I was just going to say, we haven't missed a single prayer this whole time. But that, swiftly, became not the case. So, the dwarves' tanks are attacking the Tower of Babel. Within it is Rubicante and all of the elemental crystals. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, I know Goblin Punch is literally 1 MP, but come on. The plan was that we were supposed to infiltrate it while the tanks distracted them. We do appear to be going in through the front door, which I don't know how effective of an infiltration that is. Excuse me. Yeah, the goblins, if I remember correctly, are pretty weak and pathetic. Although they are very indicative of the hobgoblins from Shadowbringers. Hello. Is it just that Goblin Punch is outclassed at this level? I mean, it makes sense for it to be. We got it super early in the game. But 1 MP is so little MP to spend. Ooh, Fire Boys. So, in universe, when Rydia summons one of those creatures, and we're all getting absorbed into that, is our life essence actually going into the summon, or is that just a fun visual effect? Okay, should have expected that, I suppose. Uh-oh. Good, 1 point of damage. Exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, never mind. Fantastic. We did kill the security eye. And we've obtained the Ice Brand, which we are going to need to use because everybody in here does fight with fire. So we need to actually change the fire mail because Rubicante is the elemental lord of fire. You get it. Why does Rydia want a knife? Bunch of lizards. Does the knife make her goblin punch more effective? No, it does not. The knife was worthless, actually. Actually, it was bad? Hello, sir. Okay, a big stone golem. Love that big, beautiful boy. Easy. Ice Lance? No bonus points for guessing who gets that. Casts Blizzara when used in battle. Yeah, sure, okay. Although I will say the juxtaposition of like, because like also right, Final Fantasy IV, we're going to the moon. Golbez is trying to open a passageway to the moon. All of that. It does feel rather jarring, you know? Ooh, using that to cast Blazara is not worth it. Blazara does 2 little damage. Nope, don't want to go there. At least not yet. Mystery Egg! Well, surely I shouldn't attack the Mystery Egg. I feel like an asshole. Should I let the Mystery Egg hatch? Am I the asshole for cracking open the Mystery Egg? You know what? Maybe there's a positive goodie in here. I'm just gonna have everybody defend. Maybe the egg will have good things inside of it. Okay. I don't think the egg has good things inside of it. We can, however, try tickling it with a little bit of fire to see if the fire, like, helps incubate it. Yeah, what do you got in there? Man, this loot box sucks. Okay, this is weird. Why? Hold on. I will say petrification feels like it's not actually that big of a deal because it goes away at the fight's end, which a lot of the other status debuffs do not do. So I'm kind of more willing to fuck with with petrification than anything else. Also, Bud, I wanted to, like, help you hatch, but you're kind of an asshole. Killer bow. Is that better than the mithril staff? don't know why Rydia wants the knife. The knife feels like an insane weapon for a magic user. But okay. Yeah, killer bow, crit bow. Messi has played Fire Emblem. Also, do let me know how the audio mixing is doing. Do I need to turn myself up? Or turn anything down? Knife stages were a thing, but always the inferior choice to staff stages, in your opinion, for Fire Emblem. Were they really? Huh. And audio sounds good to you? Okay. It's just because the game is quite loud on my side, but again, that's just something weird with the audio mixing. I feel like it's a little bit louder than usual, but not in a bad way. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, as long as your silence has been motivated by not having anything useful to say, smile. You're munching? I can't believe this. People are eating now when they could be... Oh no! Why did you... Oh, I'm fucked. When they could be typing in my chat? I can't believe this. Do you want fire? No, you don't want fire. What? Fire? Thunder? Bizarre. Why did Kane do so much damage? Kane should have the Ice Lance equipped, yeah. And Cecil has the Ice Brand. They should both be ice-based. Oh. Well, you know what? Kane did a lot of damage. I'm glad he's on our team. And that's all it comes down to. Oh yeah, we got our Gaia hammer back because Sid went to work on the airship with the Dwarf tech. Okay, security eye. We're not too worried about how we deal with this guy. Miss Dragon, you came out a little too fast. Never mind, you came out at the perfect time. Ice Shield. Resistant to fire, weak to ice. Perfect. We're cheating a little bit with our knowledge of who Rubicante is. But you know what? I'm not complaining. God damn! 1,500 damage? Why? No cheating? I would never. Okay. Rydia is very good. I do miss Palom and Porom, though. That trash compactor scene where they were stolen from us was pretty messed up. You were actually about to ask who my A-team is? Definitely Palom and Porom. Probably Kane. Obviously Cecil, because he's a paladin. And you know what? Yang has absolutely grown on me. I was, a little worried about how everything worked with Yang. But, like, you know what? Damn. Okay. Thunder wasn't it. Fire wasn't it. Maybe we'll try Quake? Yeah, Quake is the answer. Okay. The Sage Tella was fine, but he had too little MP, which, like, I'm sure was a design choice, right? Do you think Palom and Porom cast Meteor, and that's where they come back? Meteor is too powerful for a spell for any one person to cast, but because they're twins, they, like, do the whole "I am no man" from Lord of the Rings. Or am I hoping for too much? Rydia is actually the first party member who can reach the 9999 max damage. Interesting. Okay. Is that because Rydia can do Meteor? Ah, okay. Door's locked. I just don't know how to deal with the moose. I thought it was going to be fire, but they only took 50 damage from that. Oh, actually, That little gangway. It's got to be there for a reason, surely. Jesus Christ. Is Blaze a fire attack? Is that why it's doing so much damage? Blaze sounds like a fire attack. A moose once bit your sister? Uh-huh. This actually truly is nothing? Ugh. I think Cecil's about to die. Yeah, Jesus. If Blaze is a fire spell, resistant to fire, why are we taking so much damage? Bizarre. If I didn't get that reference, you're very disappointed in me. JR, I do not get the reference. What is it? A moose once bit my sister? Is this, Grandma got run over by a reindeer related? Oh, it's a quote from the opening credits of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. JR, confession time. I actually, because I take knights and stuff too seriously, right? I enjoyed Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but when I was a little kid, I was like, they're not taking it seriously. I actually enjoyed Monty Python and the Flying Circus way more, but also I think I enjoyed it more because I just understood it a little bit more. An alarm that calls monsters. Wait, I thought that was going to be Iridia. Remind you to bring up coconuts to the next RP event. Go. Oh, I'm in hell. I mean, I think my favorite gag in all of Monty Python and the Holy Grail was the brave Sir Robin bravely running away. But like, I don't know, I just took the King Arthur myths way too seriously as a kid. Right? I was always like, no, he's real and he's gonna come back and he's gonna save Britain. Which was very funny because as a child I did not understand where Britain was. Just had no frame of reference for literally anything I read. But I was like, yeah, sure, Camelot's a real place. No, come on. Why does it... Oh, it deals so much damage to everybody. Okay. That's not just a Cecil. Everyone who's getting hit by it is taking a massive load. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that explains why the name Dr. Luge just suddenly appeared in Endwalker. Shit, okay. Have a safe trip, Master Rubicante. Do not worry about me. Eblan has already been decimated along with its ninjas. Take care of things until I return. Well, I'm expecting a horrible giant robot. Golbez and Rubicante are gone! I'm in charge now! What's with him? Shh! Who's there? Cecil? How did you get up here? How does Luge know who we are? Yeah, and Luge was fought in the Tower of Babel. Yep. Got you at a bad time, eh? What a pity Rubicante isn't around to protect you. How dare you disrespect me, fool! I may not be an elemental lord, but I, Dr. Luge, am the brains of Golbez's operation. On my honor, I will protect this tower. That's a laugh. I've had enough out of you. My greatest creation will shut you up soon enough. Ooh, Barnabas. Sure. Oh my god. Barnabas attacked Luge. Yeah, you big oaf. Beat over there. Beat them up, not me. Ooh. Okay. Well, nothing of consequence was lost that day. And now you know why Barnabas attacks Luge in 14. That's... Should I be going slower to let them, to like see more of the interactions? How dare you? I'll show you why I'm feared. Okay. I mean, we did lose Rosa. So that is unfortunate. Oh. Okay. Oh, his dumb robot head. We know that guy. Oh my god. He's gonna make everybody go to sleep? Okay, if everyone falls asleep, is that game over? Yeah, Kane jumping away from the poison. Very high on our priorities, right? Okay. I was making fun of Kane's jump attack earlier, but like, god damn, it's good, huh? If only Dragoons were actually that good in 14. Dr. Luge's key. You're too late! The Tower of Babel connects the underworld and the overworld. And Rubicante has already taken all of the crystals to the surface. The dwarves will be annihilated by my cannons. Victory is mine! The dwarves are in danger. We have to stop the cannons. What are we waiting for? Let's go. It's some kind of warp system, but it doesn't look like we can use it. Oh my god, they're dying from poison, of course. I was like, why do we have weird glowing lights? I guess we don't stay here, right? Instead, 14 is taking one of the Dragoon's jumps away. Wait, is it really? In the Endwalker, they're not going to have all of their different ones? I kind of like how mobile Dragoon is in 14, right? Because you have one normal jump, you have the R, which, or I have it on R. You have the like attack that is a like long distance leap where you go back to your starting position, and then you have that meteor dive, right? And I thought all of those were really cool. Shatter Spine Shatter Dive is being removed and replaced by a new action that moves your character. So they are getting rid of a jump. That sucks. Oof. Dragoon just got their pole dance back in Endwalker. Wait, so are we removing a jump or do they have a new one? Uh-oh. So this is where we couldn't go to previously because it was locked. Does this turn off the cannons? Oh, Cecil's dead. Ooh. Well, that's perfect. Wacky. Door is locked. Use the Baron key! Damn. Use the Twin Harp! Damn. Oh my god. Killing dwarves is fun. You cowards! You! How did you get in here? Kill them! Sure. Alright, lads. You're off to bed. We'll catch you, Ender friend. Sleep tight. Destroy the controls. Okay. Nothing can stop the cannons now. Yang, what are you doing? Leave this to me. Go, get out of here. No, it's going to explode. Go now. I don't understand. What is Yang trying to do? Cecil, everyone, thank you for the memories. Open the door. Yang, please don't do this. There must be another way. Tell my wife I will always be with her. Yang, farewell. Why are we losing Yang? I don't understand. What is... What? What just happened? Yang! The door is broken. Unless... Because, like... Okay, bizarre. They're removing a jump in Dawn Trail. But when Endwalker dropped, they brought back the Dragoon pole dance that was removed back in either Stormblood or Shadowbringers. What's the pole dance? Okay. You know, they gave us 5 slots, but we're really not using all 5 of the slots for an extended period of time, hey? Am I old enough to ask about that? No, I'm just an itty-bitty will baby, Pixie. I'm not even legally allowed to stream. Don't tell Big Twitch. The pole dance is the same animation the second boss of Tower of Zot uses. Oh, well, that just cleared everything right up. I completely understand what we're talking about now. Is this a save room? No, it is not. Is this a save room? No, it is not. Maybe you paid attention in Tower of Zot instead of eating shit with level 70 gear. I genuinely could not tell you who the second boss in Tower of Zot even is. I have no memory of Tower of Zot. Because that's the one in Razat Han, right? I only remember the 3 sisters. Wait, does Zot have... Do you fight each of the sisters at every time? Is that what it is? It's the lance-using sister. Okay. I almost remember now. Okay. I have no idea what this animation looks like, or why you're calling it the pole dance, but now I can pretend to nod along. By the sister first and second, then the third is all 3. Gotcha. Probably want the ice armor. Ooh. What is this room? Why is it empty? This is suspicious, right? Huh. Okay. I mean, I don't seem to be aggroing any monsters. Bizarre. They slam the lance into the ground and use it as a support as they spin around and do a sort of kick animation. I guess I'm just not high enough level on Dragoon. Is that also a jump? So does Dragoon have 4 jumps? It's definitely an 80 plus ability. Okay. The only empty safe room in the game. Because truly nothing was in there. That, or... Oh! I wonder... We did get a siren. A siren dropped from an earlier boss fight, right? I wonder if... No, we can't use it in here. Never mind. I don't know. No, come on, jerks. Thank you. I think this is the save room? Yeah. We might just teleport out. I'm thinking. No, I can't teleport out. Okay. Can I use an escape rope? No, I cannot use an emergency exit. Okay, never mind. We keep going. No skipping for me. Yeah, I don't fully understand why. But sure. I will say, too, though, in Final Fantasy 16, when you fight the Dragoon in there, and everyone calls him Estinian. That was probably the first time I ever thought, damn, Dragoons are cool. Because every other time I look at a Dragoon, I'm gonna be real with you, I love them, they're Ishgard lore. I think the Dragoons are massive fucking dweebs. Because they're just cosplaying as dragons, right? Like, y'all... You're not a dragon. I get that you're like wearing a fun helmet and like, you know, you want to be a dragon fucker, but like, I'm sorry. You ain't. Dragoons are just scalies. Could be worse. They could be trolley fuckers. That's fair, JR. They could be trolley fuckers. I do not know. Ah, I do see. Okay. Follow my nose. My nose? I don't know why I'm so flabbergasted by my nose, but... Oh my god. 10 out of 10, Mesphia. Good job. Sorry, that was... I made the reference, and I absolutely lost it. Okay. Uh-oh! You never cease to amuse me. Golbez. When the cat is away, the mice will play. But the game ends now. This is why I couldn't teleport. Story reasons. There you go. Shit. Sid. Could you imagine if Sid mistimed his like rescue, and instead of Cecil dying in a pool of lava, he instead gets chopped up into 1,000 little bits from the airship's propeller blades? Whoa, doesn't get any closer than that. Sid. Where's your aim? He was a hero till the very end. Yeah, had to get rid of someone to make room for Sid. So we've lost another good man. Who's she? Oh my god, my throat. This is Rydia. She's a summoner from Mist. Damn, they're still on me. Can we lose them? I don't know. The Red Wings fleet seems to have been upgraded. I thought Sid was upgrading our ship at the same time. Also, they're monsters. How do they know how to pilot an airship? They're catching up. Come on, baby, you can do it. Okay. The engine's not gonna last. Cecil, take over. Sid, where are you going? Once the Enterprise flies out of here to the surface, I'm gonna seal the entrance with this bomb. Well, it's been nice having you for that 10 seconds, Sid. They appear to be exactly the same span away, actually. Yeah, alright, well... Wait. Oh yeah. Head on back to Baron afterward and get in touch with my men. Cecil, take good care of Rosa. Treat her well. Stop. There has to be another way. Sid, please don't. Hey, that's Uncle Sid to you. Remember, head for Baron immediately. When have I ever gotten distracted doing side quests? Are the pilots monsters or just brainwashed Baron soldiers? So, what they said when we reclaimed Baron from Golbez the last time, JR, is that Golbez wasn't using the Red Wings anymore and was using monsters. But it was just some random side dialogue from a random Red Wing. It could not be accurate, for sure. What the fuck? Now this is what I call going out with a bang. Yeah. Why didn't you just drop the bomb? Why did you blow yourself up? Like, we... Okay. Also, surely we're not done with the underworld already. Are you kidding me? Okay. Listen, when a D&D player wants to reroll, you let their old character go out in a blaze of glory. There. Sid. Why? Everyone chooses death too hastily. Let's head to Baron. Time to immediately do anything besides head to Baron. Oh, the Mysidian priest guy doesn't know who Sid is, so he's not going to have anything to say about this. Yeah, he just is still talking about Tella. Did anywhere new unlock, or should we actually just do what Sid told us? Oh, we can go tell Yang's wife that Yang is dead. Okay. Okay, this is not where I want to be. We want it to be in a tower on the left-hand side, I thought. Oh, yay, gee, sounds so fun. What do you mean? Yang was our good friend, and we have to tell his wife. Am I crazy? There was a way for us to get to that tower. I had this problem last time, incidentally. We love breaking old ladies' hearts. She might not be an old lady. Here's the way we go. She could be a young spinster. What? Stop talking nonsense. My husband isn't dead. He can't be. Oh. Okay. Well, that wasn't worth the time and energy it took for us to get out here. I mean, listen. If she's in denial, right? Hello, your kingliness. Your best soldier and general is dead. You have nothing to say about that? Cool. Radical, actually. Well, I guess let's go over to Troya. We can go to Troya and check on if Edward is done taking his big super nap. Because man has just been convalescing this whole time. So, you know, surely he's better now, right? Surely. Oh god, are we doing this bit now? I'm not doing it as a bit. I do genuinely just want to see what their new dialogue is. I promise. Nope, he's still dead and dying. Oh my god! Yang! Oh god. I'm a bard! Yang, if only I was stronger! Well, he did actually have new dialogue. So we did tell Edward about Yang's death, which is probably not good for him convalescing, but you know, there you go. Back before the times of changing dialogues. No, all of them have had unique dialogue lines, yeah. It was definitely worth it. Oh, we should go tell Sid's daughter that Sid is dead. Because it was a twofer. Nope, wrong one. Nope, not here. Pogo special. Honestly. Hello, Sid's daughter. How's my father doing? I'll bet he's playing around with his airships again. Oh. Also denial. Or I'm not telling you? Awkward. Have a nice life. He's gone to the great airship in the sky. No, JR. Boom, boom. We were far too negligent. You really were. But honestly, I don't even blame y'all. Like, what the fuck was Baigan doing during that time? What were the Royal Guards doing during that time? Why have Royal Guards if you're gonna just be, if they're gonna be dipshits, you know what I mean? So part of the reason why the Heavens Ward, despite being rat bastards, were still a good, like, King's Guard for Thornton, right? They did everything Thornton wanted. Okay. Actually, I need to be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Don't go anywhere. Don't hit those dials, folks. For show, you know? In the interest of fairness, a good-looking Royal Guard is important. Okay. I did not run an ad break, unfortunately. But I can do it now. And I'm sorry, Pixie, that you're still getting ads. Oh, you're not? Oh, sorry. I thought you didn't get a sub for some reason. I vaguely remember you saying something about it, and then I felt so dejected. Okay. I'm focusing up. Hello, Cecil. The boss ordered us to attach this hook to the Enterprise. It won't take long. I don't understand what's happening. Are they doing upgrades? Ah, okay. Yeah, it is upgrades. You don't always get ads when not subbed? Gotcha. They're adding a hook for fishing. Oh no! Sky fishing! Airship edition! It's done. Now you can hoist and carry the hovercraft. Just fly the Enterprise right over the hovercraft and press confirm to pick it up and drop it down. You can go pretty much anywhere now, even the Cave of Ebelin that leads to the Tower of Babel. Simply lower the hovercraft over the shallows to board it. There's something I must tell you both. It's about Sid. He's impossible. Yes, we know. With all that crazy energy, I can't imagine he'll ever check out. I doubt anyone could put him out of commission. We must return to work, but good luck to you all. Why is literally no one... Okay. I mean, grief, hey? Imagine if they actually added a sky fishing route to ocean fishing and they visited all the Heavensward zones. JR, you can't say that to me. Because you know I want that. You know I'm desperately trying to imagine it. Although, fun fact, I have not successfully ocean fished even once. I've been saving the ocean fishing quest line because it's more Heavensward content. Oh my god, this looks so silly. Okay, so why would I go? I don't understand. We're supposed to be stopping Golbez, right? What are we... Okay, sure. Hovercraft to reach the cave. Yep. Thank you, JR. Oh my god, it's a bunch of bats! Wild Zubat appears. No! Not Zubat. Yeah, it's a shame they got rid of Yang. I like the fact that Yang did like big wave clears just as melee. And also that we didn't have to worry about MP with him. He was good. Also the twins, Palom and Porom. Oh my god, hello? Who goes there? Oh, humans. What? What is happening? Where am I? What's going on? Oh, are they supposed to be ninjas? They said the ninjas of Eblin. We are the proud people of Eblin, sure. With our castle destroyed, this is all that is left of our kingdom. I see. I see what's happening here. Sure. The Ice Brand, the Ice Lance, Kunai. We don't have anyone who can use Kunai. We don't have anybody who can use a boomerang. But I suspect we're very soon going to be getting someone who can. I'm going to switch it back to the Sword of Legend again. Playing a mobile game, this ad just said shop like a billionaire, and all you could think of is why buy a social media platform and publicly display your inadequacy issues, racism, and dweebishness to the whole world? Damn, Pixie. Ooh, get him. Though I'm gonna be real with you, even if it meant being publicly ridiculed and, you know, like, taken for the hooligan that I am, being a billionaire is pretty nice in terms of never having to worry about money ever again, right? Where did that monster come from? How do they defeat our ninjutsu so easily? I can't believe the horrific fate that befell the king and queen. I am a senior minister of Eblin. The prince does not mince his words, but he's a good man. He went to the Tower of Babel to avenge his parents. I'm gonna protect my mom so no one can hurt her. I'm gonna have a little brother and sister soon. He's such a brave boy. The prince said that once he takes care of the monsters, we can finally go back to the castle. Hang in there, my darling. The prince? Is he well? No, I'm sure he's fine as a fiddle. And look how happy it's made them. I mean, I think that's because of a desire to show off in front of the rest of the world, but fair point, Pixie. Perhaps Eblin's ninjutsu will die out with us. Is it weird that I am uncomfortable with the term ninjutsu? Like, is that indicative of my small-mindedness, actually? Skulger, as in soldier. Uh-oh. We gotta change Kane's weapon. Aww. Well, Pixie, I hope you become a billionaire. I guess let's do the Ice Brand. It's kind of weird thinking about a Dragoon with a sword, but we'll take it, right? One does not become a billionaire by being nice. Very valid. But also, if you have any billionaire friends who need an ego boost, let me know. I'll tell them how nice they are, even if they aren't. That's how unreliable of a narrator I am. The prince went on alone. I'd get plenty of gift subs, but you'd be on channels where the streamers dissolve into incoherent happy noises more. You know what, Pixie? Fair enough. To each their own. Please stop the prince. I've frequently wondered what I should be doing to improve the stream's analytics. And if incoherent happy noises is the direction of the future, all the more fool I've been. Okay. No. How do I get over there? Maybe? Prince went after Rubicante. I wonder what the prince's name is here. And if they're going to be somebody that we know. Shuriken. Okay. Oh no. What do you know that I don't know, JR? Cottage, high potion, high potion. That's 1,000 HP right there. soldiers really just like strategically dumped on the ground here. I mean, presumably this is like a forced march that the prince did, right? To like try and go reclaim the castle. When the prince gets worked up like that, no one can stop him. So like all of these soldiers died to like protect him, maybe. They're all ninjas, so they didn't have any healers. It makes perfect sense. Spider silk. I mean, we're getting a small mountain of items, which feels dangerous. Oh no. Do golems have magic resistance? That's crazy. How? I don't know. In case I didn't realize, the Moonward gear from Final Fantasy XIV is based on the party outfits in 4. Moonward casting is based on Rydia's outfit, for example, with the healing being recolored with roses. Oh, I didn't get that. I thought the Moonward was just, like a sort of more Favnarian-inspired piece, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, of course. Pretty neat. Aiming is Edward's outfit. I don't think I've looked at the aiming. I'll have to check it out. Oh. Oh shit, it actually hatched. Excuse me, Lamia. Oh, is this Edward then? Or not Edward, whoever the prince is. God. Rubicante, at last we meet. Am I supposed to know who you are? I am Edge, Prince of Eblin? We definitely don't know any characters named Edge, surely. Eblin? I don't believe I've heard that name before. It doesn't matter. God, what would be like an edgy, like, I mean, I'm trying to do edgy voices for all the bad guys. It doesn't matter because you're about to meet your demise. Poor technique. You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are. Yeah. Ugh. I must say I'm quite impressed. Continue your training. I look forward to our next meeting. Okay. Come back. Are you all right? I can't believe I lost. Who are you? We're after Rubicante, same as you. Stay out of this. He's mine. Well, you obviously don't know who you're dealing with. He's one of the 4 elemental lords. You saw how easily he overpowered you just now. Ha! You take me for some craven prince? I'm the rightful heir to the throne of Eblin, a kingdom long famed for its ninjutsu. Leave. I can take care of myself. Stop it. Tella, Yang, Sid, all of these names that mean literally nothing to you. They're all gone. Please, no more. Hey. Rydia. Crying noises. Rubicante is the strongest of the 4 lords. The odds might be against us, but somehow we must recover the crystals. All right. Oh, fuck off. All right, I'll let you take a share of the action. I never could bear to see a pretty girl cry. He's got quite a mouth. Rosa, give him a hand. Pura. Wow. Okay. Thanks. Not 1, but 2 charming ladies. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. All right, let's do this. Gee, I don't know about him. Ninja Edge has joined the party. He is all yours, Clary. Okay. Ninjutsu. Sure. That is an AoE that is it using MP? It's got 60 MP. 45. Okay, so it does. Some characters make you want to accidentally drop something heavy on their lap. accidentally. Lap. The wiki says Edge is 26 in this game, and Rydia is either 16 or 20, depending on the source. Did that use up that item? Or do we get it back? Mithril hammer. It uses it? Ooh. I'm definitely not going to let him throw shit then. What the fuck? I mean, I guess unless we buy a shit ton more low-level items, I guess. Why? Why do you love Edge? There we go. I just didn't want to leave those 2 chests unopened. Believe it or not, Edge is a badass. I mean, we just got him, so he still has plenty of time to prove himself. But so far, I'm not thrilled. Let's do another quick save. I guess if we buy a ton of mithril knives, he could throw those, and that seemed to do a lot of damage. Like, it just feels like a bit of a hassle. That's so funny. That sucks. I didn't realize I didn't get this treasure chest the last time I was here. Uh-oh. Rydia has learned death. Okay. How do we get in? Watch this. Ready? I wasn't. Can you just do that whenever? Why do we have to listen to any doors? Okay. I don't understand what just happened. Sure, okay. That's the power of Edge's ninjutsu, I guess. Ooh, awkward. Okay. Would have been nice if that was a hit, it has to be said. Hey. What is it? You get a better chance to steal if the enemy has like some sort of status debuff on them? We've been eyeing that steal command, not gonna lie. Yeah, we just tried it for the first time and we didn't get anything, but... Detected by the enemy means what? Okay. You're a dirty thief, though? I mean, hey, listen. Stealing money is twofold good. Because you deny your enemy their money, and you get it. So it's like you're getting double rich. I don't know what detected by the enemy is implying here. No! Chocobo Kick only did 1 damage? Oy, oy. That's what I get for trying to skimp out on the cost of things. Ogre Killer? Giant Axe, effective against giants. Sure. Just paralysis, we can make it through that just fine. Perfect. Okay. Can I steal from the egg now? Detected by the enemy. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do in that situation. Is it just you're supposed to debuff them or blind them or something? Or is it deal damage? Truly unaware. Ooh, Gaia's Wrath is not doing it, huh? Which is unfortunate, because that is our most expensive summon. Okay. Okay, let's kill the Curl with Cecil, the Giant with Pain. Edge has instantly been seduced by a big snake lady with Tibby. Which, like, I get it. I'd also be seduced, but, like... No offense, Spud, you've already got a kind of uphill battle. This isn't helpful. What's wrong with Snake Lady with Big Tibby? There's nothing wrong with Snake Lady with Big Tibby, but I would expect them to have a little bit more self-restraint. Oh my god. I did not buy any more arrows. Or, potions. Oops. Bit of an oversight. You shan't say. I mean, your stance on big Snake Lady with Tibby is very hard to parse. You play your cards very close to your chest on that one, so... I don't understand. Do we have the ability to do his move again? Or is it a one-time only thing? Ashura. Katana named after the Avatar of War. Sure. Figured that would go on the ninja, even though I don't necessarily know that that is historically accurate, but hey, might be accurate in Eblin. Oh, this is the warp pad from before. You'll assume the Japanese devs know what's accurate for ninja? I don't think so, though. Like, I mean, in the interest of fairness, perhaps. But also, aren't katanas supposed to be exceptionally expensive? Wasn't... I mean, again, historical accuracy. But I thought the whole thing was that ninja was not a reputable profession. I might be wrong, though. I'll always accept the possibility. So Quake didn't do a lot of damage. Nice, okay. What are the chances of there being something good over here? Oh, no. So far, so bad. Let's try and kill the sorcerer first. Oh no, it's about to be bad. Rydia is about to be absolutely nuked by themselves. Unless summons bypass reflect? Summons bypass reflect? Is that real? Sure. Ooh, this is about to be very bad. Cecil, no. Oh, okay. No, you're allowed to hit yourself in your confusion, Cecil. That is super okay. Sorcerer. Okay. 82,000 gil. Oh no! I just remembered, didn't the king of Baron tell us to seek him out in the underworld? We didn't do that. Is that a side quest that we're cut out from? Because we've sealed the underworld with Sid's super bomb? Edge. Father, mother. Thank heavens, you're all right. You're alive. Come with us, Edge. Yes, come with us. Where will we go? To hell! Okay. Sure. What's going on? Father, mother. Sure. It's me, Edge, your son. What? The king and queen break free from the spell. Edge. We are no longer human. We no longer belong here. And it feels like you're able to talk, though, which feels like it should stand for something. I'm sorry, Edge. We must go now. Eblin lies in good hands. I serve our people well. Don't leave me. Farewell, my son. Don't go. Wish 14 translated these designs too. They kind of rock. Fair. Man, these guys stop attacking and Demise is just like, fuck these guys. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's hard ever since Undertale for me to be aware of what is the correct thing to do in these kinds of games. Edge. Luge. He overstepped his bounds this time. Rubicante, you twisted devil. I'm sorry for your loss, but it was Luge who turned your parents into monsters. My only wish is to battle you fairly. To hell with your self-righteous blabbering. I admire your spirit, but anger can never draw out one's true strength. It blinds you to what you truly need to see. Rubicante not channeling the Sith? Shut up, I'll show you the power of rage. Anger evoked Edge's dormant powers. We love a good shonen anime protagonist, I guess. Edge has learned Flood and Blitz. Well, this is interesting. Still, nothing can penetrate my cloak of flame, not even ice. What if I just leave? Goodbye, Rubicante. Thanks for hanging out. Did I ever do the of Shadowed Path side quest and rads? Yeah. Oh wow, he full heals us. Okay, sure. Why did it say not even ice? Right, like the implication is that we need to attack with ice, surely? Like, that's a weird thing for him to say, though. Oh, fuck. No! Sure. Please don't let Rydia die, you rat bastard. Well, that's Edge down. Well. Okay, full life. On Rydia? Oh my god. I don't think I've actually seen the animation where that, like, weird cherubim comes down. Okay. I guess let's keep hitting him, surely. Thunder, maybe? Or lightning? Hey, I got a wedgie. It certainly is going. Brahma? Okay, at least it's some damage. Why did he just cast an ice spell on himself? I do not think I am parsing what is happening in this fight correctly. Oh. Why is he's dealing himself damage there? 1340 or whatever? I don't understand why he's doing that. Oh, I see. Okay, sure. Spells cast on him while his cloak is up heals him. Interesting. Here's hoping Rosa stays up for a little bit longer. You were correct, JR. It's absolutely the cloak. I don't understand what's happening, though, because he's damaging himself every once in a while. Well fought. But this is not the end. I shall rise again. Okay. Doesn't really explain why his AI would self-cast a damage spell while his cloak is down, though. Maybe the whole honorable thing? Oh, Rosa learned Holy, though, so that's rockin'. Now, if Cecil would learn Holy. Even the weak become strong when they work together. I am most impressed. Until we meet again. Okay. Father, Mother, you can rest in peace now. Your Highness! Gramps. Pray, let us fight with you. Where is that devil Rubicante? We got it. It's over. Splendid. These people helped me out. Oh my, it's you! So, who's this Golbez? Rubicante's master. He plans to gather the crystals so he can reach the moon. Truly a nonsensical plotline, but here we are. Rubicante counters all attacks from the attack command with Fira against the whole party. Rubicante's signature attack is Inferno, which hits one party member for fire elemental damage, possibly enough to knock out any ally without adequate fire protection. When hiding behind his cloak, Rubicante is limited to a comparatively weak physical attack in Fira. I see. I didn't even realize he was countering every attack with Fira. Yeah. Wild. Why the moon? We don't know exactly. We think he seeks some great power that's hidden there. We have to stop him. So he's the evil mastermind behind all this. I'm going with you. But your highness, Eblin needs you. Eblin can wait. We've got to stop this guy before it's too late. But... stop worrying and go home. I'll be fine. Very well. Everyone, please take good care of our prince. May fortune favor you, your highness. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Okay, let's go get Golbez. We need to get the crystals first. Right, lead the way. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. Oh, sure, okay. We can get the crystals right now, actually. Casting a fire spell on him while his cloak is up will cause him to cast Raise on all party members. What? If hit by an ice elemental spell, he will counter by casting Blizzara on himself. We did see that. He can still cast Blizzara on himself while his cloak is open. Oh, shoot. That's why he was hitting himself, is because we must have been using an ice-based attack. Is Flood an ice-based attack? That's so interesting. Okay. Well, thank you for the hot info, JR. Let's, I guess, grab the crystals. It's a trap. Really padding out the length of the game, huh? Ow, that hurt. That was a nasty drop. Are you... Okay. We love video games. We're having a great time. Oh no, Lamia Matriarch. Hello? Okay, perfect. I think we might have to call it here pretty soon. Step on me, Lammy. No. Let's see if we can find a save room. And if we can't, in a fairly timely fashion, we'll go ahead and do a quick save instead. Oh god, Cecil's dead! Oh, what was Holy? Yeah, never mind. I mean, just how many variations and times are we going to go through the same dungeon? Hello? Like, not to be rude or anything, but golly gee! Power of Babel takes a whole hell of a lot more time in this one, huh? Okay, it looks like there's 2 different rooms for us to go into. Let's kill the sorcerer. Blaster is just a one-hit kill? What the fuck? Please be a save room. This is not a save room. An enemy airship. Let's use it to get out of here. But that's stealing. Who cares? Besides, we'll put it to better use. It could be another trap. Hey, she's not bad. Let's call her Falcon. What do you think, Lydia? What does it matter? Let's get going. Yes, let's go. Falcon, take us up. Wait, there was a room in the Tower of Babel I didn't go into yet. Well, okay. We will pick it up here on Falcon next time. We need to go find our dead dad, and get to the moon, maybe? The plot has gotten a little silly, but thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me talk about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG, because I'm a psychopath, and if it's got TTRPG slapped onto it, I do have some middling interest. Although I'll be honest, this one is a little bit chicken or the egg first, so I will catch you guys later. But most importantly, let's find somebody to raid y'all out to, okay? It looks like Whisper is streaming Chrono Arc again, so we'll go ahead and send y'all over that way. Drop them a follow if you feel so inclined. They're a fantastic VTuber and a fantastic friend. And otherwise, I will see you tomorrow with, I'm gonna be honest, probably Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe we'll think about Baldur's Gate 3, but yeah. Bye! Oh no, I'm sorry you got an ad at the end, Pixie. Thank you for hanging out all the same.